Gaza. That's after Donald Trump says his board of peace had reached a deal for the complete disarmament of Hamas and other armed groups in the Strip. Under the agreement, Israeli forces will withdraw as a new Palestinian police force is put in place. The US president said the agreement is a critical step towards Gaza finally being governed by a new Palestinian government that will work closely with the Board of Peace to help the Palestinian people. At the same time, Israel will have the security it deserves, with Gaza no longer used as a base for terror attacks. Well, let's get more on this with our correspondent Shaima Khalil. Shaima, like we heard there, Hamas has agreed to this, but have we heard anything from Israel yet?
Israel hasn't officially commented on this, but look, potentially this is quite a significant move because we have heard from Hamas. They've told the BBC that they have agreed to disarm completely from Gaza. And we've also obtained the text of the roadmap, and it really gives you a first-hand glimpse at these phases of the plan to disarm and for them to give up not just civil control, but also military control of Gaza. This is a very complex operation. It will take a very, very long time. And I cannot emphasize enough that when you say there is a phased process, we've had phases before where you get to phase one and it goes on, but then hurdles come and phase two and phase three, especially with so many details. But the plan itself starts with the smaller armed groups in Gaza disarming. Then you move to Hamas's military infrastructure itself. And that is a huge and complex infrastructure. It includes tunnels, it includes production facilities, heavy weaponry, personal weaponry, as well of military personnel of Hamas. On the other side, Hamas is expecting immediate humanitarian measures, 600 trucks of humanitarian aid, and the phased withdrawal of the Israeli forces. All of these are key details for this operation to go ahead. We've seen an impetus from Washington, from the White House, from the president, and from US officials who say, we really want this to happen. I think one thing that stood out to me when US officials were briefing the press is they said that this plan, in other words, they're going in knowing that those two sides don't trust each other, knowing that those two sides have made agreements before and they've fallen through, but also the fact that neither Israel nor Hamas is going to get to the next phase without this being verified. But also, I think that the fact that you've got President Trump pushing this ahead doesn't necessarily mean that the Israeli government, the Israeli leadership is going to play along. We have an initial agreement from Hamas, but what that means on the ground, what it will look like in terms of disarming, what it will look like in terms of giving up control, but also remember what it would look like in terms of a ceasefire. That means that the bombing of Gaza has to stop. We've been there before with another ceasefire agreement that President Trump spearheaded when he went to Sharm el-Sheikh, when he went to Israel, and that has fallen through.
Yeah.
And so I think everybody's going into this with eyes open about what it will take for this to actually be implemented.
Shaima, really appreciate you putting all of that into context for us. And let's just continue this conversation now with Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs. Ahmed, like we heard from Shaima there's a lot of questions here about how this is going to play out, what this will look like.
Greetings, everyone. And that is Hamas reaching a peace deal they've already reached a ceasefire, but they are saying they're going to disarm. And so it's going to happen in phases. And there's always a chance that that will not work because Israel has already said they are not going to withdraw from the areas. So you can see that there's a lot of potential for this whole process to fall apart again. That said, that is where the news is at the moment. Oh, sorry. Thank you all for joining me, all 7 of you. We are going to be having a conversation about the events of the week. One of them is Trump secures deal to disarm Hamas, like this video just demonstrated. Then Tinubu snubs Ramaphosa of South Africa. I'm not, some people say it's a snub, some people say it's protocol. Whatever it is, the point is that he's not meeting a South African official at a time when communication needed to be very, very open. There is also court counseling ADC's deregistration. In other words, ADC, the political party in Nigeria, is allowed to remain because some other ruling did try to deregister them from running for the presidential election. That said, that is that. On that front, there is also other news that occurred that is not part of the headlines. Like one where the xenophobic stuff from South Africa affecting Tyler's visit to Nigeria in December. She was due to, come and perform in Nigeria in December, but Nigerians were not having it. For once, I saw Nigerians really, really getting cross with it. Nigerians have hardly gotten cross with the country in this way before. The way it is right now with South Africa, Nigerians are really, really pissed with South Africa right now. From some of the videos that I saw, I might play some of them so that you guys can see that too. And let me play this one about Oprah Winfrey looking to leave. I think she's moving out of school from South Africa, I think. So I'll play that one, and I'll play the one where the Tinubu government refused to meet the South African envoy. And South African officials have been quite rude. We saw the minister of government or state in South Africa saying something about Nigerians should come and show them where the drug dens were. So that is not a nice thing to say for an official of government to openly say on international TV. And the fact that Nigerian government has not come out, guns blazing, they are lucky. I think if it was Ojukwu that was handling this, they would have gotten a raw deal. I think somewhere along the line in Nigeria, they reined in the foreign minister because she was beginning to really, really go in deep against the South African government. But I guess in time, these things will become unraveled. We will know what is actually going on, because what is going on in South Africa right now doesn't seem to make sense on so many levels. And to be fair, South Africa has not made sense for a long time. I fear the biggest mistake the Black South Africans have made is to buy into this rainbow, what do they call it, rainbow color or rainbow nation narrative. I think that's their biggest mistake. They have gotten seduced by all the nice universities, all the nice things that the Europeans built for them. What they are forgetting is that the resources, the technical know-how, all those key instruments to create such these societies are still in the hands of the people that used to oppress them before, and they've not really rested back. That's why I think it's a little bit premature for them to start thinking rainbow nation, when in reality the country is far from being a rainbow nation. The UK is far more of a rainbow nation than South Africa will ever be. The UK is far more of a rainbow nation than South Africa will ever be. I don't know why they call themselves a rainbow nation, because the population mix doesn't say they are a rainbow nation. It's a black country. Because the UK is less white than South Africa. That's in terms of having an homogeneous population. The UK has about 4 to 5 times as much immigrants in the UK than in South Africa. You don't see them calling themselves a rainbow nation. They are still a European white nation. So South Africans are bought into that narrative. If you see the way they are so proud of their universities that are built by apartheid regime, these universities and these institutions are built mostly by the apartheid regime, and they are so proud of it without having control of it. You don't have the capacity to hold it, and you're so proud of it. I don't understand that logic, because those people that control those things, they might decide to revert back to previous status quo. And then while you are doing that, you are busy alienating your fellow brothers and sisters on the continent. So I think South Africa has a lot to answer for. But I'm not sure that is connected to why Oprah Winfrey is leaving South Africa. Let me play the video.
Her famous girls' school. After nearly 20 years, Oprah Winfrey has announced that the Leadership Academy in South Africa will close at the end of the 2027 school year. There had been speculation that the closure was due to mismanagement, but in fact, the closure was part of the original deal when the school was founded. The $40 million campus will be handed to the local education department. Oprah's foundation will shift to funding scholarship programs for academically gifted young women across South Africa. Oprah has said that she is excited that this next chapter will reach even more young women. More than 1,000 young women have graduated from the academy, but what will happen to the academy's current students? Well, those who have not graduated will be offered full scholarships elsewhere.
All right, so that is an interesting kind of plan. Actually, I think there's some merit to that plan. You start a school, run it for 20 years, then hand it back to the locality to handle while you sponsor other girls, gifted girls into higher education. That said, let me go to the other video covering the xenophobic row between, and let me just play it so you can view it.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says that American warplanes used Israeli bases during their attacks on Iran, reiterating that his country was prepared to retaliate if targeted. Firefighters in France and Spain rushed to contain the worst wildfires in living memory, seizing crucial hours before the arrival of another heat wave brings scorching temperatures. Finland's military says it has closed a section of its airspace and restricted maritime traffic off the country's southern coast near the Russian border due to risk of stray drones in the area. Myanmar's military-backed parliament approves a law authorizing capital punishment for those who detain or violently coerce victims into working in online scam centers. And Uganda declares the country Ebola-free following...
Did you just hear that? For scamming. Death penalty for scamming. Let me go back again. That doesn't sound real. That is crazy. For scamming, death penalty. Okay, I can't go back. Let me see. I think I can actually. Wow. This lady has not gone anywhere with her news, Okay, let her go out. Let it go on.
The East African nation's latest outbreak of the viral hemorrhagic disease that infected 20 people and killed 2 of them. This comes as neighboring DR Congo reports over 3,000 Ebola cases. Hello, and thank you for joining us. Every great power that wanted to dominate global trade first had to secure the Red Sea. Today, the United States is trying to do the same. But in chasing maritime security, the Trump administration may have just stepped into Africa's most dangerous political rivalry. Washington's latest diplomatic push has been centered on Cairo. President Donald Trump's senior advisor for Arab and African affairs, Massad Boulos, has held high-level talks with the Egyptian...
See, I was looking to play the Ramaphosa and the envoy video, but it's within this report that she's broadcasting at the moment. So, but I think this news is actually quite important too, because it's about this in Ethiopia and Egypt's rivalry. And it just shows you how, I don't know, for want of a better word, dumb many African countries are. They don't understand strategic thinking. Egypt doesn't want Ethiopia to have access to the sea. Neither does the US. Just that signal alone should tell all their neighbors, hey, let's allow Ethiopia to go to the sea. Because Ethiopia is the largest country by far in that region, and the countries neighboring it want to kill it. It's almost like they want to kill Nigeria too. African countries are really wicked countries. Like, they badmouth their own potential power within the continent. Ethiopia is one of the most decisive countries in Africa. As a matter of fact, it's actually more important than this is South Africa. But because the neighbors won't let, they just keep hemming Ethiopia down with the help of foreigners. You know, imagine a country like Eritrea and Somalia holding a country that has 3-4 times its population behind the ocean. They are not allowing them to have access to the ocean. So, and Ethiopia is fighting to get access to the ocean. They formed some kind of relationship with Somaliland to give them access to the ocean. But Somalia doesn't want that because Somaliland is supposed to be part of Somalia. And Egypt doesn't want that. And they are working with Somalia. As a matter of fact, Egypt has opened a military base in Somalia just to keep an eye on Ethiopia. This is crazy. Like fellow African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, as a matter of fact, Somalia also went to Turkey to go and get Turkey to prevent Ethiopia from having access to the sea. That is how dumb. That is how dumb many African countries are. All they are worrying about is their tiny country. They are not looking at the bigger picture. They are all poorer for it. Don't they understand that if Ethiopia does well, they will do well too? But because of their narrow interest, that their tiny brain, they can't see behind beyond their nose. All they see is, oh, Ethiopia is mean to me. Let me prevent Ethiopia from this rising. Otherwise, we are all going to be gone. No, you are going to be gone because you are not allowing Ethiopia to emerge. Because sooner or later, the ones that are far away will come, destroy all of you, and take everything you've got. That's what is going to happen. But these people cannot see that. They always think that Ethiopia is coming after them. I don't think Ethiopia will come after them. Why would Ethiopia come after them? As a matter of fact, if Ethiopia did, that would be the end of Ethiopia. Because Ethiopia will not have any justification to have access to the sea anymore. And foreigners will come in and fight and, suppress Ethiopia. So I don't see that happening. But here you go. African countries are doing it again. Let's watch this in news. And you see how coordinated they are trying to tie Ethiopia down. Do you know Houthis have so much power over the Red Sea right now because Somalia is not playing its part? Egypt is getting billions of dollars in aid due to the Suez Canal, but Ethiopia is not in the game because they are locked down by black Africans. Black Africans, the Mumu Africans, decide to lock his most. It's like you have the best player in your team and you bench that one. You say, no, you are not coming out. We will not let you come out because we have to shine. Why can't we shine? We are rubbish, but we let us shine. You that is the best one, stay behind. That is Mumu African content. That's how we behave. Let me play the video.
Eritrean and Somali officials. On paper, the US State Department calls this routine regional engagement. In reality, Washington has walked into a regional alliance with one strategic objective: contain Ethiopia. But the story doesn't begin with Ethiopia. It begins with the Red Sea. Months of Houthi attacks have turned the Bab el-Mandeb into one of the world's most volatile maritime choke points. Every ship entering the Suez Canal passes through this corridor. For Washington, keeping those shipping lanes open has become a strategic necessity. And that makes Egypt, Eritrea, and Somalia critical partners to the White House.
Did you just hear that? She said, keeping the straits open is a priority for them. How does keeping the straits open being a priority for them, but means that Ethiopia should not have access to the sea? Don't you see what is going on there? Because Ethiopia is not exactly saying, oh, you know what? The moment I get access to the sea or the ocean, I'm going to block America from going through there. Ethiopia is not doing that. The reason why they don't want Ethiopia to make it out there, because Ethiopia will have the power to wield, to say, you know what, if you want to do whatever you like in this area, we're not going to let you. You have to give us, you are going to give us more than you will ever give those small countries. But those small countries will rather prioritize their own interests over their narrow interests over their overarching interests. Because If you look at Greece today, you look at Finland, you look at every part of Europe, they are benefiting because they are working together. Finland is not saying, oh, because I want it to be better for me, let me give some part of my land or give control of my land to China. They're not doing that. Greenland is even doing that. Greenland, there's barely anybody there yet. They're not even doing that. But African countries, they will do everything. Tiny countries like who want to suppress their own interests just because they want to gain their own narrow interest first. Let me just sort my own people out right now. While in reality, you are going to be worse off for it. Because those foreigners will come, they will use you to bench your best nations, and then they will go on to finish whatever they want to do, and then give you far less than you will ever get if you had people from your region emerging. And that is why I don't see how that is very revealing, that statement. I don't see how what she just said just now, Ethiopia is against it. Ethiopia has nothing. Look at, let me just play it again so you can hear it.
For Washington, keeping those shipping lanes open has become a strategic necessity.
So why is keeping the lanes open in danger if Ethiopia has access? Why?
And that makes Egypt, Eritrea, and Somalia critical partners to the White House. All of these meetings and talks took place in Cairo. Washington believes that it is building a Red Sea security coalition. Egypt believes it is strengthening an alliance to contain Ethiopia. Those are two very different missions. The countries America is now embracing have spent the last 2 years building anti-Ethiopian axis. Egypt, Eritrea, and Somalia have moved closer through defense cooperation, maritime agreements, and Red Sea security coordination. Just last week, Somalia signed a new maritime transport agreement with Egypt. Now, Cairo and Asmara have also repeatedly insisted that the security of the Red Sea should remain the responsibility of its coastal states, a position that deliberately excludes landlocked Ethiopia. And that is why this story matters. While Washington thinks it is building a simple maritime patrol, the reality is that it is walking straight into someone else's war. Because on the other side of the Horn, a rival bloc has already been taking shape. Landlocked since 1993, Ethiopia has made access to the Red Sea a national priority. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has made it clear Ethiopia will not remain trapped in a landlocked prison. In 2024, Addis Ababa signed a controversial agreement with Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland, seeking commercial and naval access to the port of Berbera. Somalia rejected the deal as a violation of its sovereignty. Egypt and Eritrea saw it as a direct strategic threat. Then came the wildcard entry, Israel. By recognizing Somaliland, Israel secured a critical naval and intelligence foothold in Berbera, right across from Yemen.
Can't believe I'm beginning to. I will support Israel on this one, because these dumb African countries, they are willing to do dumb things just to ensure that they are comfortable benching their best chance of achieving power in that region. I don't know what is wrong with all these. East Africans are even worse than West Africans, They're even worse than West Africans. They don't have common sense at all. And this has been going on for a long time. They can't even figure it out. That they are playing you all against each other. When you push, you are East African, your own African nations, what they should be doing is having a meeting and saying, you know what, let's find a way to get this done. Ethiopia needs access to the sea. Maybe we should even form the kind of alliance that the AES did. These dumb people, they will never do that. They will allow others to tell them how to govern themselves. This is what Africans do, move people. Let's carry on with some other news anyway. I don't know when this lady is going to talk about the Ramaphosa. Okay, this is, oh no, I think they're still talking about the Red Sea. African countries are just stupid. They play them like a fiddle. First class people. Look at Israel is coming there to even join the game. Okay, now that's the this in South African one. All right, let's play the South African this thing story.
Within the African Union demanding systemic reform, the court's authority is being questioned. As member states walk out the door, the dream of a truly global court of justice appears more distant by the day. Did Nigerian President Bola Tinubu snub South Africa? The xenophobia row is costing South Africa its position on the continent, and its latest effort to ease tensions with Nigeria has hit a diplomatic setback. A report suggests that Nigerian President Bola Tinubu declined to meet directly with a special delegation sent by his South African counterpart, Cyril Ramaphosa. The delegation was led by the country's Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Ronald Lamola. According to a report by The Punch, the South African delegation sought an audience with Tinubu upon arriving in Abuja last Friday. However, Tinubu turned down the direct meeting. Instead, he instructed the officials to meet with Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Sola Enekonyayi. So, the diplomatic meeting was not entirely called off, but it's more about symbolism. Tinubu's reported decision to not interact with Ramaphosa's officials signals growing frustration in Abuja over attacks on fellow Africans in South Africa. While Tinubu reportedly backed out, the minister, Sola Enekonyayi, has hosted Lamola in Abuja on Monday. The Nigerian minister clearly described the anti-migrant violence as Afrophobic and pressed Pretoria to take action.
Nigerian side, we made it very.
You see, one problem I have with Nigerian this in foreign office and all the people representing Nigeria in terms of, especially in many of these nations, you would think Nigeria would be tilting towards having people from the southeast, south areas in many of these countries where most of the people that travel there are from the city, maybe even southeast, southwesterners. But many of them, many of these countries are mostly from the south in terms of Edo and the southeast. So you have people that represent them, but all you tend to see in foreign office is either southwesterners and northerners. It's like, why is that the case? Maybe you can send those ones towards the the Middle Eastern countries and the countries that they like to visit. But by and large, the people that should be representing most of the ones in Africa, especially and Far East, should be the ones that can relate to them the most. That's how you reach people. That's how you can understand the problems even better. But they are not doing that. I noticed that when Bianca Ojukwu, the foreign minister, went to Ethiopia, you can see how the Nigerians there were very happy to see her because they felt like, okay, she understood them more. If it was Abike Dabre, you're not going to see that. And look at this guy now. He's there speaking on behalf, and most of the people he's probably speaking on behalf of are south people, southeastern people. That's what he's speaking about. And given the Nigerian politics, many of these people don't feel sympathetic towards those people. And this is why when you are selecting people to represent your country, ideally it should be meritocratic, but we all know it's not. And at the same time, you are picking people that don't empathize well with the people that they are supposed to represent. And I find that problematic. I really think that because you can see how the foreign minister, Ojukwu, Ms. Ojukwu herself, the way she responded was different from the way people like Abike Dabre and the others were responding. You can see that clearly. And they reined her in. Now they are not using her anymore. They don't seem to want her to talk anymore. They reined her in. But this is Nigeria for you. I don't know what the Tinubu government is up to. Sometimes I think that government, the script they are reading from, God help us. I don't know what kind of script they are reading from. Let me carry on.
Clear, we condemn in very strong terms what's going on, and we have asked for specific guarantees for Nigerians in terms of activation of the early warning mechanism, in terms of visible deployments of police to areas that are prone to such violence. We've asked for accountability for those who have been arrested.
In response, South Africa's Foreign Minister Lamola condemned all forms of xenophobia, saying that no South African had taken the right to take the law into their own hands. But at the same time, he made the government's stance on the matter clear.
This protest and the violence that is happening is not state-sponsored. It is not condoned by the South African government. It's an action of individuals who have taken the law into their own hands. Therefore, the South African government is acting to deal with all these issues.
Lamola also stressed that South Africa will forever be indebted to Nigeria for the role it played in its struggle against apartheid. Before arriving in Nigeria, Ramaphosa's special envoy, Lamola, traveled to Ghana to mend ties. He met with President Mahama. Now, tensions escalated earlier this month after Ghana reportedly halted a scheduled state visit by Ramaphosa due to the ongoing violence. Ghana has been leading the campaign against xenophobia in South Africa. It has called on the African Union to look into the issue. Nigeria has backed its campaign. Despite Mahama's meeting with Lamola, Ghana has not toned down its stance on the matter. The Ghanaian Foreign Minister, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, has demanded arrests and prosecutions over the killings of 2 Ghanaian nationals in South Africa.
We will continue to hold talks with the South African authorities to ease tensions. We hope that they would also do better in managing this crisis, reining in those who are running amok, who are attacking, killing, looting shops. That is not the kind of Africa that we deserve.
South Africa currently hosts roughly 4.2 million international migrants, according to UN estimates, and several undocumented migrants remain uncounted. Thousands of South African locals have blamed these undocumented migrants for the job crisis and the dire state of public services. Soon, the anti-immigration protests turned violent, reportedly killing several migrants. African countries, including Ghana and Nigeria, have rushed to evacuate their nationals. While Pretoria has welcomed the proposed African Union debate, it has urged the continent to address the root drivers of migration. President Cyril Ramaphosa reinforced this message at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand this week. He urged African states to focus on economic conditions, governance, and poverty reduction, so citizens are not forced to leave home. The diplomatic rift between Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa highlights deep fractures across the continent. The message is clear. Diplomatic visits alone won't mend strained ties. Real action and accountability are what will make things better.
Well done. Okay, so that is the South African issue. Clearly, Nigeria seems to be revving up the... Hold on. Nigeria seems to be revving up his position on that. And let me play this video of... I think that is Dangote talking about the $1 trillion economy that Nigeria... They keep talking about $1 trillion economy that Nigeria should have reached a long time ago. But, you know, well, I guess let me just let him say his piece.
Let me thank the Honorable Minister for finding time to come, not only him, with all the relevant, MDs of various departments, DGs, and also the special advisor of the president. Definitely, yes, the vision of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of $1 trillion economy, I think is more than, it's the best, and it will be achieved. It's achievable. And that's why when we took out from that vision of 1 trillion to carve our own vision, which we have seen that, yes, we can do $100 billion out of that 1 trillion, which is 10%, and it's achievable. And I must also thank His Excellency, Mr. President, for appointing people like Senator, for making sure, okay, that he's committed.
Yeah, that's on the $1 trillion economy. And then finally, I think I'll just play this one before I go back to South Africa. Tinubu saying something about flyovers.
You have governed before as the governor. You need to help us communicate to these governors. Today, the economy of operation is high. More the money that I'm pushing to the states, if you had it during your own time or during my time, it would have been different. They are taking 4 to 5 times their money. The past. Nobody is borrowing money to pay salaries now. Pensioners are receiving their pay and gratuity. And they should do more to, instead of flyover where there's no numeric traffic, build roads and arteries network to really enhance the quality of life and the accessibility of the security agencies to penetrate those areas.
Yeah, he's talking about flyovers. Even if he has a point that governors, I guess he did employ one of the headmaster of flyovers in the FCT, the headmaster of flyovers, and he did complain about the governors doing that.
Let
Yeah, go ahead.
me quickly comment on that. Yeah, what the president said is actually true. There are states where area where flyover is highly required in some states. I know some of the governors, they use this as a political campaign. But I want to also say to the president, I wish he can hear me. The coastal road is good, don't get me wrong. If he understands this principle, he's advising the governor on why did he not focus on Nigeria interstate roads before investing so much money on the coastal road? Because our roads are very, very bad in majority of the states. For example, I heard the Somali complaining of road from Benin from Abuja down to Benin to Warri to Asaba to all the other areas. This road, they are dead trap. I know of family that have lost loved one as a result of the bad roads. Why is he not telling the minister to make sure this road are motorable? In the southeast, you hear southeastern people are complaining of the bad roads in the southeast as well. Why is he not doing that? I would have expected him, okay, minister, the mandate is going to be, I want Nigeria interstate road to be motorable. Once that is done to a very large extent, then you can move to the coastal highway. So he should advise himself also. No, his advice is good. He should advise himself.
I think sometimes he's just talking for the sake of it, because you can see that he's very pleased with himself.
That is the problem. So that is the problem we are currently having in the country. Politicians just speak. They want to be politically correct. They want to say something so that people will think they are doing something. But it's all deceit. So for us to get solution, we have to have a government, somebody leadership that we actually look at the problem, telling Nigeria the truth, I remember the issue of electricity, for example. I've been saying that for quite a while. I was on that matter discussing it, like where the president said, if I don't give you 24-hour electricity in 4 years, don't vote for me. I know Peter Obi before now. I've also criticized him the way he simplified this complex matter, where he said he's gonna give Nigeria so megawatt in no time. Recently, he has changed his position, which I love. He has changed the position. I interviewed him. They asked him, like, can you give Nigeria light in 4 years? He said no, that of course it's not doable in 4 years. I remember saying that, discussing that issue on this panel, where somebody that called himself an engineer was telling me, oh, there is nothing there. You can give the country with 24
Hold
hours
on.
in 2 years.
But why is that the case though? Because I know that India was able to build almost 20 gigawatts of power supply.
It's not built by gigawatt. People don't understand Nigeria electricity problem. So the current minister now of power, when I listened to him when he went to the Senate, I shook my head. I said, this is another gamble. When you hear politicians speaking like that, no, it's not done anyway. I will break it down for you again. You see, the issue of electricity, as regard to, so even in developed countries that have.
Well, how is that not realistic?
Hold on. Let me explain to you. It's not realistic. If anybody is telling you I can give you light in 4 years, that's nonsense. I will not
how
do it.
is it not realistic?
But it's not possible. Okay, let me explain it to you. You have explained it, right? So first of all, even in developed countries, when it comes to electrical power infrastructure, you have to renew them. Some country every 3 years, every 5 years. I can tell you for free, our power infrastructure in Nigeria, for the past 40 years, nothing has been done. They didn't do no work was done. No major infrastructure rebuild. So now you don't have, like, the problem is not on one phase. We have 3 phases of electricity, right? We have problem with the production, we have problem with the transmission, we have problem with the distribution. Each of these you cannot even get it. Like,
okay, well, let me come in on one side. No, you have been saying this thing now. Okay, finish. Let me hear.
You have to let me finish. I've always said it. To build a substation alone, just one substation, it's gonna take you 4-5 years for you to build one substation. So if you order even common transformer today, the transformer you use for substation transformers, if you order one today, the minimum you can get it is 2 years.
What is the use of the substation?
Substation. So when you transmit power from where you generate power, these are the stations. You don't know, you've not seen substations?
No, I just need to
these
clarify.
Are the stations that break down the power, right? From there, you start distributing. They also have capacitor where they also store electricity. So from there, you distribute. Basically, you have high transmission wire, right? Those are carrying very high voltage current.
Mm-hmm.
So you move them from the production, you transmit. So those alone, they are very expensive. You have to also, you see those cable you see, they are highly specialized cable. Even those cable, you can't get them in 1 year. If I order transmission cable today, I cannot get them in 1 year. The minimum where I can get those cables is in 1 year. So
okay, now let me do some theory for you so you understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, go
One,
ahead.
Almost every home I know in Abuja gets power. The only difference is that they don't have power constantly. What does that tell you? It tells you that they have cables everywhere already getting to all those homes.
Okay.
Then, if you want to solve the problem, you go to where all those homes get their power from. That's because they connect to the national grid. But you install something there, like a mobile power plant or whatever, between that at that point, that node that connects it to this in the national grid, so that whenever the national grid fails to supply electricity to those areas, then that mobile power plant takes over to supply, because the lines are already there. I know the lines get power all the time. It's just that they don't get it constantly. So all you have to do now is plug it. Is there anything wrong with that formula? Is there any issue of
there is
base
something
station
wrong.
or anything?
There is
What is
something
it?
wrong. Problem number one. That's why I tell you, when it comes to power, the investment in power is continuous. That's why, first of all, I was explaining this on Walmart or some of those guys. The problem, the investment in power it has to be continuous. It's not something you can do overnight. So the other thing is, if you watch, I don't know if where you really grow up, you hear sometime you are just at home, transformer will just blow up, the light will go off. Maybe the next 3 months you will not have light. Part of the reason is decay, infrastructural decay. So most of those transformers, they are obsolete. You don't even need them. We are supposed to change all those whole system.
But that's not where I'm coming from, though. You are changing.
I know
I'm
where
saying,
you're coming from.
and then why not deal with it?
Were you talking about mobile this mobile transformer? It's not the so how many mobile
power station?
Yeah,
mobile power station.
It's not issue of mobile power station. Power station is, you see, don't worry about, forget about that name, mobile. So now they are building a lot of power station in Nigeria. So I will give you an example. That Adeleke is building, I think, up to 2,000 megawatt. Otetola Garegu, I think the combined capacity they built probably is more than 3,000 megawatt now. Traskop, Elumelu is also building one. Dangote is promising to build 20,000 megawatt. That's the biggest I've heard. So if Dangote can complete that, that's going to be a very big boost. You see, the production usually is not really the biggest problem, but all you need to do, you need to have capacity to make sure whatever you are producing is transmitted. You know,
but it's being transmitted. I don't know why you keep saying that.
All of it is
properties
not,
get power.
No, hold on.
Okay, tell me what I'm missing then.
When you have when you have bad infrastructure, bad equipment, even in telecommunication, when you have bad infrastructure, bad equipment, the whole signal you are producing, you can't even receive them. You can't get them. So I'll give you an example. Just like when you hear fiber technology, what fiber technology does in telecommunication, what fiber technology does is to reduce attenuation, is to reduce signal loss. So if I transmit from Kano to Port Harcourt, for example, with fiber technology, and I transmit same signal from Kano to Port Harcourt with cable, with copper cable, the signal, let's say you transmit 1,000 dB. If I transmit from Kano to Port Harcourt, in Port Harcourt, if I use fiber, I can have signal loss of not more than 20%. Not even to 20%, 10%. So I can have signal loss, say, out of that 1,000 dB. Say, for example, I can have like 980. That's very good signal. With cable, with copper cable, you cannot even get, if you get 900, you will be jumping up. So
but how does that affect properties that are already in the city that get power to those houses? How does that affect them?
How does it affect?
Yeah, because the properties in the cities already get power, so they don't have transmission issue anymore.
Hold on. When it comes to infrastructure, either power, telecom, the equipment you are using are very important. So they are very important, but don't forget the cost of this equipment are very expensive. For example, you want to build your power station, you have to deal with the big guys like Siemens, what's it called? Yeah, those big companies, they have a lot of you have reliability on their equipment. It's just like in telecom, you use Heritage, you use Alcatel equipment compared to using Huawei. Huawei, although they are much better now. So all the signal loss you hear, oh, you make it call, there is signal drop, there is call drop. is as a result of bad equipment. So that is what is also why I'm explaining telecom to you, so it's going to be easier for you to understand it. For power, that is what is also applicable. The equipment you use, they are very important. They should be able to withstand the load. You know, that's why you hear all this transformer blowout, all the wala you hear. But however, what I want to bring here is we need to have a master plan of state 10 years master plan, dedicated master plan, where you will tell Nigeria, listen, we want to build.
Hold on, though. You are getting around it. You are getting what I'm saying. Because what you're saying is what politicians tell us, let's go and do this round thing. We act as if there is no real way to actually bridge the gap.
There is no way. That's what I want to tell you.
It's not a permanent solution. What I'm saying is not a permanent solution. I'm saying
it's not.
The cities can install mobile power plants temporarily to ensure that when the power failure from the main grid or wherever they are getting it from doesn't work anymore, those mobile power plants kick in. They can generate some of them can generate, I think, megawatts of this in there. I think 25 megawatts or so of electricity. I don't exactly get the precise figure. So they have a lot of power to power hundreds of homes, thousands of homes. So if you can get that in place to ensure that the cities don't lose power, the only thing you have to worry about now is whether they can pay for it. One thing for sure is that energy is getting there, because we know gas gets all over the country. So, and gas is what they need to function. So you see what I mean? So, but go ahead. Where is the hole? I don't see any hole.
What you are saying, you are very on point on that one. That is why when you build a substation, there is always a storage capacity in that, in case there is a power outage. You will have a storage, a capacitor that will store charges. What name they call them? So you have that there. So what that does, say for example, there is even the one you see in UK, the substation. I wish you know somebody working in substation. Say, oh, can I come in? You're gonna dress you up and show you what I'm telling you. Or look at it on YouTube. Look at substation. So that is they have a storage capacitor that stores charges. So what that does, in case there is power outage, there are some, it depends on the capacity. It can give light for, like, for example, 48 hours. Some can give light to up to even 96 hours. So it really depends. So when you have that, when there is power outage, you cannot sweep to the ashore to restore power. Then it's just this. It's going to serve as the mobile power you are talking about. So it's just going to. But the other thing you also measure in terms of cost, what you have said, right? If Nigeria have 24 hours electricity, the first problem you will face, more than 70% of Nigeria workforce cannot pay for Nigeria electricity, 24-hour Nigeria electricity. It's not possible, because the cost is going to be very high. For example, if you have 24 hours electricity today in Nigeria, an average household we pay at least 70,000 naira or 200,000 naira minimum. Meanwhile, the minimum wage in the country is 70,000. So that's where the government needs to come in. Government cannot ever abandon power, electricity. There is no country where that happens. If you check even UK system, the government invests a lot. Even with the private company that are involved in power, they give them incentive. They give them a lot of loan at a very low interest rate, at some point free interest rate. So they give them to encourage them, and they especially in the transmission, you will see most private companies are not fully involved in transmission. The countries always hold on to those transmission. The policy, that's why in some places you see, even if you want to increase the electricity bill, the government needs to approve it, because if you allow private companies to play, they are going to do the people dirty. The public are going to suffer.
I think I agree with you on that. I think my issue is this slow motion where they keep saying, Peter Obi cannot do anything within 4 years. No, you can.
Peter Obi can do something. So I'm not blaming Peter Obi. Look, Peter Obi, probably he has studied the power, know what is going on. The last time he was speaking, when I listened to him, it was more appealing to me. Okay, this guy know the problem. He understands what's going on. Before now, when he speak, I usually criticize him. Then people think you hate Peter Obi. Now, he's passing the message. If Nigeria want to listen, for me, if any presidential candidate come and tell you, I'm going to give Nigeria power in 4 years, I will not even listen to you again. I feel you just stupid. But the way Peter Obi is speaking now, he's speaking the language. So
yeah, but he's speaking long-term language, and that is something that should concern you, because anybody that's looking for a solution can find a quick solution.
Let me tell you, it has to be, if you have a plan, you are carrying out the plan. You see, Nigeria are easy people. If you give Nigeria 12 hours electricity, every home in Nigeria, in the next 4 years, you can give them steady 12 hours electricity. Nigeria will celebrate you. Then you work on that plan to make sure they have 24 hours. Forefather, if you give Nigeria 12 hours electricity a day, they will celebrate you.
I agree with you. They are bound, like given where they are right now.
Yeah,
the issue still remains, though. The issue still remains, though, for P2B. Because your criticism for P2B is that he's saying that he can do it in 4 years. People are also saying that he can do it in 4 years.
Before, he used to say that. Now he's saying that no, it has to be a continuous process. You know, we have to work on. That is the way to really speak to the people. Although a lot of people are also gullible, when you tell them, no, we can't achieve it in 4 years, but it has to be progressive. I will have a plan. I will make sure we increase it. Okay, you
that could mean anything to anybody.
For example, you can say, in the next 4 years, I will give Nigeria 10,000 megawatts of electricity. If you achieve that, that's good result. If Tinubu had achieved that, I think he collected Nigeria capacity probably at 5,000, if I'm not mistaken. If you have built the power to 10,000 right now, Nigeria will celebrate you. Then it's either you not deal with the problem.
AY, don't do you. It don't do you.
Yes,
yes. Nah, this is 2026. You say you go take 70 years to get electricity.
No, not
because of what is missing in Nigerian power sector now, political will.
Number one, the first
that
one.
That is the only thing. Nothing more. Political way. If the elite, if the leadership decide that we are going to have electricity in 4 years, 24 hours, we will get them. It just take constantly dedicating $10 billion every year for the next 4 years, electric power, it will come. So it doesn't have to do with technical thing, or it takes 10 years to build capacity. All those are nonsense.
Where is Forefather? You heard what they said now. That's very important. If you can dedicate, say, $10 billion every year or whatever, and you make sure this money is used judiciously, you have capable people, it will be done. You see, of what you just mentioned now, let me say
will. Now, because the Nigerians will not be one. The elite don't think everybody they fight for interest. Now, political will. It is a decision that an administration will make. That in the next 4 to 8 years we are going to have to we're making a major project.
Forefather, let me tell you why that is very vital. What they said now. If you know what happened with refinery, you know I kept telling you when the former NNPC MD was saying in January we're gonna be producing refinery will start working. What I always tell you, I said it's lying. The truth is, it's not that it can't be done. People are not willing to let it work. So that is what Dangote has come to change.
Yeah.
Now. So
if that problem exists, AY, if that problem that you describe exists, that you know, like you are believing now that Dangote might actually help to solve that problem. But at the core of it is my own suggestion is different from what Ovie said and maybe what you are pursuing to. That there are emergency measures you can put in place to react to cities you're having power. There are even laws you can put in place, like me personally,
as we speak. Sorry, as we speak, OT almost at 24 hours electricity as we speak.
Exactly.
In Abia State. Yeah, so it's political will. Political to sacrifice personal interest and invest the money. Not buy all this, just invest the money on that sector. It's a major sector.
Ban the use of generators in public places like markets places where a lot of people do it. Ban use of public generator, where individual generators, I mean, so that they have to band it together. All this, the noise pollution needs to go away. All that, because when you do that, it is signaling to the people that you are ready to transition.
Let's say another thing again. Why talking about affordability? What is in Nigeria not going to afford that? If 24-hour default every Nigerian, it becomes cheap. How many Nigerian gas access to light now? 10 million, 20 million? Make it access to 200 million people. You go break down the cost immediately. You are using a UK now 70 million people there. That's totally
what you said there is quite true, actually, because then because Nigerians are affording data now. You said that they don't have power.
Make it available for everybody. You go break down the cost, break down the price immediately. That's not so market.
Why the cost of power bank? You know, the cost Nigerians carry power bank as if it's their second name. Yes, now you can use that to pay for the electricity bill instead of carry power bank everywhere. You're going.
Even when they say face me, I face you get generator for us. Everybody.
Yeah, you see the problem we are facing from corruption from every angle. What will be just mentioned now is the first thing: political will. For you to stop corruption today, you have to have the political will to do it. In corruption, in any sector, you have to have it. That is the number one thing, to be honest. That's why
this leader, they spend so much money building roads and everything. When in reality, people spend more time at their homes and offices, and they need electricity for so many reasons. Road is just for moving around.
Oh, anybody is telling you that we are embarking on industrialization. Tell the person is making get an ally. There's no industrialization without electricity. Anybody that tells you that
to an extent too, because Dangote is coming, Boa refinery.
So when the light don't come, then we'll go talk about that. First thing first, you know, go people that without land now. Say I want people that you say show me your land. You say you don't get land. You have to have electricity. Everything anchor on it. Just take all the developers from Britain to America to everything. Everyone started with even the AI today now. Everybody expand energy. In fact, for America, they have to pass a law. Every AI company have the autonomy to build their own data powerhouse. That's what it's going to take. State no be provide data again. Every company should do it own.
Nigeria does generate electricity a lot. Like we talk about national grid as 6-point-something gigawatts, but in reality, Nigeria generates about
all those no investment. They are not ready. They're ready now. $10 billion every month.
What I mean by that is that if you take the generators, solar panels, and all those things into account, we generate somewhere around 30-something to 40 giga.
They're not big now.
But just
200 million people.
Inefficiently, and it's costing us too much. That's the problem we need to solve. And the noise pollution, I will ban generators. If I was advising any leader, ban generators in marketplaces. When I went to Abuja, I was shocked. I couldn't hear anything. Everybody has their own generator, and these are people that have association, that market association, but they are so selfish that they cannot come together to get one generator to power the entire market. That's why everybody
leave those poor people alone. Enter all those states, all those big ghettos, all those businesses everywhere.
Not poor. We are talking about people that use heavy machinery. They are not poor.
Hold on first. Hold on. You know, they always go back to the social at the wrong places. The middle class people, the big men, all these managers in banks, the bank director, MD, where do they live? Not in Nigeria that they live in gated community. If light no day, they go every estate now they come with a generator.
In Abuja, there are estates that
run generator. Let's make it
clear. They get it for themselves, but they don't encourage the public to do the same.
Hold on. Make I talk, when I know they talk, see, make the carry fuel enter 5,000 naira. How long will it take before it is the middle class will come together, begin improvise, buy their fuel, they go? They will never improvise to stand against the system. They will find their way. They will find their way to show say we get. I can afford it. I can afford that. 10,000. I can afford it. They will oppress. Instead of them to come down to say, "Come on, this was not money with me and we get." So if we had to organize these mass people, everybody will be well off. But no. So it's our solution. No be. It has something to do with this 2026. You can build anything within 24 hours.
The other thing Now they try to kind of like decentralizing the power. It's also good. Probably it's
Yes,
gonna
no,
improve the
that's
whole system.
positive.
Oh, every
Yeah.
state go carry him power, just like what he's doing now.
Government cannot add off power. It's not possible because one, it is a critical infrastructure. You have to.
Now government go fit give power. No, they talk say government. No, government no fit do am. Nobody fit do am. Only government can back up those kind of projects. No be individual projects.
Even when private companies are coming in, you have to like,
the political will.
There's something I've observed there. There's something I've observed that is not. I don't know how to explain it because I don't know. Nobody has ever bothered to teach me this before. That when you have a system where there is corruption, you need private enterprise to be the one generating those industries.
Yeah, but you know what?
If you sorry, let me finish. If you have like a revolution now, where a socialist revolution or some kind of revolution happens, that government is going to be less corrupt, so they can do state stuff. But a country like Nigeria that has had time and the government is already corrupt, they can't run anything. Look at it, you can see that in the refinery.
In Nigeria, they are one. Everybody, private and the government, they sing, they work together. It's a very fluid. But
they work together, but they are not the same. One is corrupt. One will eat his child.
Hold
the other
on.
one will nurture the child. That's the difference.
To Nigerian problem now
will destroy their institution.
To Nigeria, you are talking of a country that has one soul. Now you go to talk like that. Say private go different government. Nigeria has 3 souls. With two extra souls, come religion, where they follow them. We can deny all we want. This entity operates differently. Anybody with the power would follow your trajectory. That's what we are seeing. There is no oneness at the government level. Say, okay, this is what I'm going to be working towards. That's why anybody will come.
Private enterprise should be in charge of it.
My guy, who is private in Nigeria? Who is government? Tell me.
The private is like people like Boa, Dangote, and
There's no hold on. There's no Dangote without government.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
So try to understand. The government is not running Dangote refinery. If the government was running Dangote refinery, I can assure you they will eat it dry. They will come and eat it dry. That's the problem.
Again, you are still missing. You are talking about a country that has one. They are one. Then they have these different branches. No, the operation of Nigeria, there is no head self. Everybody are the same. Both the private and government are the same. Dangote no get say without the government.
That is true.
So what is private?
Okay, everything I'm describing here is the same way America was built. All these Carnegie and Rockefeller, all these families you heard.
No. Hold on. America, people come back, say, come, we want to fight our destiny. We want to fight this king where go say, "Moku the bow to ram." If people don't understand what freedom means. If I carry something, give you today, put that in a free, I give you. Forget time. You don't know why I give you. I have a reason of giving it to you. I'm going to tell you it's free. So those people carry their destiny in their hand. The first people to ever done that in the history of humanity. This group of people say, come, we want to fight our own fight. So those are different people. They are on a different trajectory. Our own no be like that. We see they drag each other. We never have one front. So don't use America. They are how they take come to life is different from how we take come to existence.
But the patterns are the same though. If you look at American politicians, they are quite corrupt people. That's why they have to rely on private enterprise.
You are still like that. Nobody say they're no corrupt, but then they corrupt for one house, now one soul. It's like me, you having 3 wives, and me again 1 wife. There's no way that go fit organize more than only me and my wife.
I think you are describing something else. What we are describing is the ability to industrialize. That was your point. And if you want to truly industrialize,
that's right. Say from the beginning. You have to. Where are you coming from before you want? Okay, I want to industrialize. Is it the Islamic way or the Christian way or the?
There's no way. Industrialization is industrialization, and
you are wrong.
Private enterprise to do it.
Now be say they pay attention. Just use AI as an example. Hold on now. Now, when I don't talk, let me talk. What is going on with the fight within AI? Which ideology will precede the AI? That's what the fight is about. I go talk say we
But that's a different point. Let's not shift the goalposts. We have
we
to
are
deal with the
talking of
issue of Nigeria right now.
If
No,
me
we're
and
talking
you
about
no agree, hold on. If me and you no agree, where we go build something together, we no go ever build them. We have to agree
yes, now,
first.
but that is not. But that is already done. We're already in agreement. Nigeria is a
Hold on.
democratic country. It's not. There's no argument about it.
Hold on. Do democratic way they can forget democratic country. Tell me what is
Whatever you call it, it's already agreed.
Agree by who? That's exactly the problem.
The ruling class already. They are the ones campaigning for election.
Sir, they tell you now, the ruling class have 3 foods. They are not on one accord. What are you not
They
getting
don't
there?
have to be. They don't have to be. In America,
No,
the South was not even. They never agree with the North. They are about that they hated the North. Until today, the parts of America hate each other. That is not new.
Let me say, are we on the same thing? We say we should build an industrialized nation. Yes. That is the accord we are talking about. So we need to agree first. We never agree, but why we say we won't build them? We have to come to an agreement.
It's
that, okay,
already in the context of Nigeria, it's already happening. That's what you are. Because have you just seen the foreign reserve? The value-added manufacturing is already increasing. The Nigerian naira is getting stronger.
Forefather. I'm not they not be book with the top for here. Show me. Only you they cry say our GDP don't slash into our. We are talking about major. I mean, where they take hard?
Because Tinubu came in and kneecapped the economy, but the economy is coming back.
Again, that is the story that is out there. I don't want you to believe that because it's going to affect us again. No, an order was given. You have to devaluate your naira. You don't get choice. An order.
It's not kneecapping. Is that not the same thing? That's kneecapping the economy.
No, they say Tinubu. No, they as if they somebody else come. The different thing will happen.
No. So, he was the instrument. Whatever.
Hold on. So how do you say you have a sovereignty when somebody dictate to you what you should do with your currency or with your economy?
It doesn't matter. The point is that he was the one that executed it. He was the one that executed it.
No. What choice does he have?
I'm not arguing that point. The point I'm talking about is.
So in other words, hold on. In other words, you don't have a home to say you want to. Hold on. That means you don't have a home you want to industrialize. You don't
actually. Okay, if you want to make the argument that we don't have a home, we want to industrialize. I don't think
argument have I been making?
No. But that if you want to make that argument, then you can make that argument.
So what argument was I making then? What argument was I making?
My point is that my own argument is that if let's say whoever is giving him that instruction now believes that it's in their interest for Nigeria to industrialize, which technically, or it's not even in their power anymore, because that's how it all happened in the 70s when the Soviet Union was at its height. Let me finish what I'm saying now, so that you understand where this is going on. When the Soviet Union was at its height, you can see that West African countries were developing. But the moment the West became very, very powerful, then everything just went to pot. Now, the West is weakening again. Africa is beginning to rise again. You are seeing the signs of Dangote and different industrialization moves.
Hold on. So, you are your story.
The issue I'm trying to address is whether it's inevitable that we have to rely on corporate power to develop the country.
Hold on.
The government themselves are very corrupt.
You are not speaking of what is happening. You are talking of what wish we are wishing, right? The idea that when Soviet unions were in charge, African country was developing was not right. We have to factor into consideration in the 60s. Who gave us our independence? Oh, like why you they rush? Everything are stage by stage. You they rush. You say we no get house, but you want to develop. How? You have to have a house first. Everything I say, somebody
you didn't have a house. You didn't have a house. It's not totally.
To Nigeria. If I give you money when you take the job, can only dictate to you how fat you could be and how tall you could get.
Let's say the house is rented. Let's say it's rented. While you rent it, you still have some authority in the house. Even if the landlord kick you out,
you want to start a business. Hold on, to Nigeria. You want to start a business. You want to start a business. You go rent empty land. Come the developer and put 50 million on top of the land, and you say you get the land where you rent.
When you
finish, that will come meet you. Say, man, may you come out.
Okay, sure, welcome. You see that Ovie is doing rough here.
No,
all over the place, try to drag me everywhere.
Not be smart thing. Hello, gentlemen. I was listening to the conversation. I was busy with stuff, but listening to the conversation. So I thought I would join. I haven't listened to AY's submission, so I just thought to challenge some of the submissions of AY. Then I changed from my phone to the laptop, so I missed when Ovie came in. Just that split 2 minutes. But by the time I heard Ovie speaking, he was speaking about will, political will. And it's part of what I wrote down as soon as I came in. Because I listened to AY, and AY was talking about how it cannot be done in 4 years. And I'm not a power expert. So, but I just want to, think out loud for a few minutes. I think political will is the number one thing that we're missing. Now, to you on the panel and to people familiar with this channel, they would know that a lot of people who come here are aware of external factors. I'm one that like to say, oh, let's deal with it ourselves, let's not blame everything on the external influence and all of that. But like Ovie said, you can't industrialize without power. It's not going to happen, right? And even the person that denies the influence of the, external forces would admit that they don't want us to industrialize. Everybody would agree on that, because if we industrialize, it's to their detriment. So you cannot take away that factor. But they have willing collaborators, too many amongst us, too many willing collaborators, because they can't do that without collaborators, right? So we have collaborators. AY, now to test that theory of it can be done in 4 years. And I just want, I know that it will be better for you to expand on the answer, but so that I can get my time to speak. Do you think if, and this will never happen, let's say they give Elon Musk the sole license to power Nigeria, private, entity now, it gets the license to power Nigeria, to generate, to distribute, to transmit, all those 3 things. How long do you think it will take him to power Nigerian homes? So Elon Musk, private man. So forget how much it will cost us to get the
I know. What we're talking about, let's be very clear. We are talking about 24 hours uninterrupted power supply.
Yes, any year.
So, yeah. For a company like Elon Musk and his company, realistically, that can be achieved, I would say, in 10 years.
10
years, yeah. So what Nigeria should be looking for is we need significant improvement every year.
I know.
I hear you.
So if you say 10, I don't want to argue it.
With dedication.
If you ask me, I'll probably say it'll be a lot less than that. But like I said, I'm not a power expert. But if you ask me, I think it'll be a lot less than that. But okay, now that we've taken care of that, I think that what Nigeria needs to do is to find a way to hold their political leaders to account if they are the ones that vote them in. Unfortunately, our votes count for little. So these guys don't, they don't answer to us, because I know you said it will be very expensive and Nigerians won't be able to afford it. Then the job of the Nigerian government is to subsidize it. In the UK, for fathers, maybe, you might be aware of this. I think it was last year, I just got a random email from, I thought it was a scam, because you can't scam me. I've come from too far, 6,000 kilometers. I got an email to say they are going to credit my power account by, I think, £100 or so. I think they did it twice in the year or something. I just kept getting emails to say they are subsidizing power for whatever reason. I didn't even investigate why. And my friend said, oh, they got it as well. And these are people, it's not like you're on benefit or claiming anything. They just give everybody. So Nigerian government have to stop. And let me tell you, maybe it's breaking news to some of you. I think AY said he was listening to Tegbe, the new Minister for Power. They are going to take away the little subsidy that they are paying on power from next year. So the Nigerian government have announced that they are taking away the subsidy. Now, they said that it doesn't mean that the power prices will go up immediately, but you and I know what's going to happen. You remove subsidy, price will go up. That's despite the fact that they increased it since they came in. And I can tell you that since the power prices have gone up, where my parents' house is built, from the 70s where we lived till today, when I was growing up, we used to have power on the average, maybe 18 hours a day. Now, when I speak to my mom, she tells me that in a week, 7 days, they might get 12 hours of power.
True.
This used to be one of the affluent areas. Of course, there'll be new development, but it's still a decent neighborhood to live in. If they're lucky to get 12 hours a week, my mom was spending, not the amount you can, fuel prices will fluctuate, but on generator, she was buying 20 liters, and that was lasting at 5 days. 20 liters of petrol, and that's not to power the house 24/7. It's just to keep the fridge cold and freezer and whatever. Now we had to spend money on solar panel. Now her life is a lot better. She can use her money to eat and not to buy petrol, right? So I think if we have the political will, let's even say 10 years. Tinubu supporters are telling us. Let's say 10. So
10 years on the long term, right? We have short term,
so it will be gradual progress, right? So from the 10 years, it will be so by the first end of 4 years, we should be getting, let's say, 8 hours average. Everybody.
We can even get 12 hours. We can actually get 10, 12 hours.
So imagine a situation where they wanted to, that there's the political will. At the end of 8 years, Tinubu should be able to hand over to say, from whatever you guys had, you are now getting 12 hours. The average, the minimum in any home is that. And what that would lead to is industrialization. The barber guy can barb more hair. The tailor can make his stuff. The hairdresser, the welder, everything can run smoothly. And you can now tax these people. And you can now make money back into the government coffers. But right now, you're not willing to do that. But you want to tax them. You want to remove the subsidy. So you're literally strangling the people. And when you said Peter B spoke about power and he spoke, like he knew what he was talking about.
Sure, before you go there, let me ask you this so that you continue with it. You talked about growing up.
Hold on. I don't care about that guy. I don't care. That guy, I don't see. So he's one of the guys I've blocked. So I don't see his comments when he types. And when people complain about comments, when people complain about comment section, I tell people, if there's somebody who's just a nuisance, that's almost dragging your nuts like your wife, block them so that you don't see their comments. Irrelevant. Who cares?
Talk about. Sorry. Let me just add this. You see, this is my paranoia with Nigeria. You see, Show just revealed one of the next act that the government is going to use to nick up the Nigerian economy, which is removal of that electricity subsidy. If they do that, they are going to cause problem again for the economy. Hold
on, wait. We might not even get. We might not even get to that point.
Destabilizing the economy constantly.
Hold on, first. We might not even go there before things explode, right? Sure. You said something about growing up in the 90s. They're almost 24 hours light. But all today, the light is pretty much none. Now, after Hoss said, how much will you factor in the rate we consume electricity now compared to them in terms of factoring the gadget that we have now that are electronically oriented, that we are not there, that we are not here in the 90s, right? Do that have more effect on it at all? Now we have, if you enter us now, other than just having fridge, fan, and TV, now you have phones, you have laptop, you have this,
But think about
now. Hold on. Let me finish it. Now, if you think that has any factor in it at all, now look 10 years from now, where we are going to have more of electric vehicles, more automatic robots, human robots, and pretty much the world is going to be moving on electronics. Everything that you see is move on chips and all. What will happen then?
So before you speak, let me say something very important. Show said, right? When it comes to subsidizing electricity, it's not only that subsidy they give you. They say, "Oh, come and take $100." Government spend subsidize electricity heavily in terms of infrastructure. They pop a lot of billions of dollars to the power industry. If you doubt me, verify from UK government how much they spend, even with the private company you see around.
I know
they spend billions of dollars.
Why highways, electricity, and all that? These are government. Only government will do them.
Of course, because
before they hand over them.
If not for that, for they charge you £1,000 every month.
It's capital intensive.
Let's you finish.
They know the importance of these things. So there's a reason why they won't subsidize internet. Like someone made the example of internet. You can, with your mobile phone, if MTN provides good data, like they're charging people for, even in the UK, not everybody has broadband at home. So the example of internet is not quite the same as electricity. Electricity is like blood. You need that to do anything. So what I'm saying is, if the government would provide that, people would have more jobs, people will pay tax, the government can make more money from that.
The economy will expand. Thanks, time.
Of course,
geometrically.
So I was talking about Peter B.
Even the telecom you're talking about, the price will drop, data will drop. You know
of
what?
course it will
Glo and MTN are passing through. They buy
Everything.
diesel.
Wow, they are saying that the UK government spent almost 25. That's as sometimes direct one 6 billion. Then as much as $25 billion through taxes.
These are government infrastructure. Not being private people, they own all those countries.
I mean, I used the Elon Musk example just to say if we remove the red tapes and corruption, that's why I used Elon Musk, not because I'm thinking.
It's a good example.
I just thought, you know, if we, because with government there will be red tapes, there will be corruption, there will be stealing. That's why I used the example, and I thought people would be smart enough to pick that up. But obviously, people are dull for the sake of being dull. So what I'm saying is, Peter Obi might have sounded, knowledgeable about that, because prior to the 2023 election, he went to Egypt. He said he went to understudy how they generate power, distribute it. He said he wanted to know, and they laughed at him. They laughed him to scorn. Only for Bayo Adelabu, when he was the minister for power, 2 years after he resumed office, he went to Egypt. You can Google it. The same Egypt that they laughed Peter Obi for going when he was preparing for the exam. After you don't reach exam hall, Bayo Adelabu now went to Egypt to understudy the same thing, which, I mean, it didn't transcend to any more power generated. So I am saying, in terms of this capital subsidized, because some people come and say we don't have money. The minute you tell people to spend money on Nigerians, then they will tell you Nigeria is poor, Nigeria is broke. But you look at our lawmakers, they make the same amount of money as the highest paid lawmakers anywhere in the world. So
but Nigeria is poor.
Hey, all of them, man.
No.
All of them.
Just 1 second. If you look at the level of corruption that we talk about, that nothing comes off, all these investigations that we do, all these panels that they set up, what happened to Ponde that fainted? NDDC, off your mic. The man that they were telling to off his mic is the current number 3 citizen in Nigeria. What happened to that money?
Fake agency.
That's what I'm saying. What happened to Yaya Bello? Nothing. What happened to the recent one, NMPC, that they were saying bring him dead or alive? Nothing. What happened to they bought a yacht, sell it half price. Tinubu, in fairness to him, he didn't buy the yacht. Buhari paid for it before he left. Sell the yacht half price. What happened to Nigeria Air, that they said they painted? The amount of money that they take right in front of our eyes every day. I'm not saying it would generate 24 hours electricity, even if it adds 2 hours of electricity. It's something. But the minute you talk about, let's spend money on Nigerians, there's no money, we're a broke nation, we don't have this. Aso Rock took themselves off the national grid. That is to tell you they have no plans.
I think
they are now on solar.
We that's why I don't talk about intelligence. We will go school, we understand things. We they help the government to put on shows. Because either now Obi go Egypt or Bola Tinubu go Ghana. All these are theatrics. Where did they go study electricity in after 2,000 years? How many 100 years of having electricity in the world? That just show. They just when Obi went, when Obi did that trip, right? Not at the height of pretty much campaign here. We understand that anything we do in follow go support them. And the black administration see that, say, this country they work, or this is a real distraction, because it's a distraction. So to get electricity, they travel out. Political will is what Nigeria always talk about when he's using China. We go starve. That is political will. Not be to arrest people. No. Political will means that our political leaders have decided to say we want to take our destiny into our hand. We want to put our nation first. Everything has to be nationalized. That's political will. Then they are asking for trouble. All their assets abroad will be seized. All their bank accounts will be frozen. Everything that has to do with them will be frozen. That is what they are scared of. No big to go Ghana, go say how they do things in 2024. They go like they do their trainings. That's not nonsense. Now, just because we did right on that, right? And we not invest because that's not who we are. We are not product of that. They teach us. We look up to them. But generation is coming. I go say good Lord to explain to them why you no get light. Because generation that are coming, show like your grandchildren, they don't use slate, they don't use pencil. In fact, even to text no day. Everything will be so visual that you need electricity for them to function as human beings. Yes. All these ideas they are good, they're not going to explain them. Because in a real sense, the only right citizen needs to go after a government, not because they vote for that government. Don't have to vote for that government. The fact that somebody is actually in charge of your collective resources is enough for you to take action against that person. So all this one where they spend, they go study this for China, study this or that. Go back to the village, tell the people what they should be expecting, and see if things no go change. But the more the people know, the more all of them will they parade themselves, the more they no go stand a chance. Because in the recent show, if there's a make you look at across Nigeria, choose one person who go lead us, none of these people go meet your top 10. None of them. So
You see,
all these things are just a performance. Go here, they do this, that, this. I mean, everything is clear. You don't need rocket science to do this thing. I just will, and that will affect them, their life directly.
Yeah,
and
They
that's what I
don't
said.
want to.
one other thing I'm gonna say, right? You see, leadership is about solving problem, not explaining why the problem exists. Or
Yeah, well,
assigning
Tinubu said
blame.
it is what it is. He
So
said
what
security
you
matter,
see,
it is what it is.
okay, you know the problem we are facing. You want to be president of Nigeria. I will expect the person to look at the problem. How do we look for people that can solve the problem? Not all these PDP, APC. If you are genuine, you can have solution to this problem. You need people that will fold their sleeve. They are ready. They really love the country. We
At
are
what
ready to
cost?
find solution.
At what cost?
You know,
These are compromised people.
yeah,
That's the
make a
problem.
lot of
We should stop
you
looking
see,
up to them for any
you see,
solution. They
you
are
see
gone,
the
and they talk up.
you see,
They don't
you
get
see
it.
the
They know the problem. They are not just
know the
the
problem.
cause. They cannot. So we have to look downward. Unfortunately, we have to
You,
look to the next generation. I'm sorry.
you see the
The
Egypt
way
we are
they now, we
talking
no
about.
fit. We cannot. We know the problem. But can we do it? Right?
You
Can
see
we
the
take a
Egypt.
stand? Can we take a
Yeah.
stand and say we want to take our destiny to our hand? That's what they say, but we cannot do it. So we have to look downward and hope for the future will come and take a stand. Unfortunately. Because nothing where they happen now that is rocket science again. How to build a nation, it's not the rocket science. Now you have to cost nothing. It's just the will, sheer will. We will suffer,
Anyway, I'll
we
go
go
after
starve,
you.
we go
I was going to
starve, we
answer
go
V's
die,
question.
all those things. So the Chinese people will get freedom for this world. They are it's over how they did it. There's no two way about it. No grammar, no turanchi. You have to face on head on. Head on. People go die. Hunger go come, but that's what it's going to take. It's a freedom
Oh, yeah,
for a
wait.
reason.
Talk and quick. So
It's sad,
that's
isn't it? It's sad that societally, for society to change, things needs to happen in a way that is not like human beings. Like something
Yep.
needs to happen to the society as a whole. Then you see that the society will be jolted to change. All these countries we are talking about, China, all of them, they all went through it. But
Yep.
we just raised the flag
Oh yeah, the ball will be spoiled.
and saluted the wealth. They went away, and we thought everything was good. And to be fair, our leaders are the problem. It's not even them, because if you think about it, if we had the mind to say, okay, this is what we want. We want to do this. We want to do this, and they don't want it. Then they can fight us for it, and if they lose, then we go on to do our own thing. But they too could decide that, you know what, instead of fighting this, but let's work with them the way we work with Japan.
Look at it
Taiwan.
critically.
They work with
What
other
did
people.
they really fight for?
Other people are doing well. Why is it that we are not doing well?
Let's look at this right from the founders. What did they fight for? Did they fight for us to retain our language? Did they fight for us to retain our way of religion? Did they fight for us to own our own government system? They didn't fight for anything. That's why I say now give us freedom. Nothing. We did not fight for anything. Even the food where we they chop, not be our own. They did not fight for anything.
How's the food not our own?
Nothing that we can call our own original to Nigeria, the most popular black nation on earth. And you think anybody will respect us? We don't have
you
anything.
go too far. You make good point there. Why you say the food we are growing is not our own again?
No, because they best me. Nothing they fight for. They strip of our language. They let it go. Our everything about us. They strip us off. We don't even know who we are anymore. We don't get history. We don't get books to read. Nothing.
Just to finish off on the electricity thing, especially with the question of you was asking. I know it's sort of rhetorical in terms of the amount of gadgets we own these days and the amount of energy we consume and all of that. I think that was
no. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Just that those are the addition to life. Addition to
I'm
life.
not saying it's bad. No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, it's one of the reasons why I thought this government introduced the pay-as-you-go, and they said everybody will have prepaid meter. There'll be no estimated billings. I've been trying to get the prepaid meter for my mom's home. for the last 3 or 4 years. That's nothing that they're not asking for. They're almost asking for my father's death certificate because they don't want to give you. In fact, my sister, who also lives in Ibadan, I told her, I said, oh, can you, because she knows people, I said, oh, can you help me, hook me up and get one for mom? She said the one they have, some NEPA guys came to try to buy it off them and put them back on the estimated billing. Because once you have that prepaid meter, they cannot come to us and say, we are cutting electricity, bribe us. So no matter how much gadget you have, no matter what you are using, 10 washing machine, if you put money on it, if it finishes, it finishes. So that will reduce the waste that Bayo Adelabu was talking about a while ago when he said, turn off your freezer when you go out in the morning and turn it on when you come back in the evening. Of course, they apologize for that statement. But if you have prepaid meters for majority, let's say 90% of the people, it takes care of waste. Because if you put it on, it finishes, it finishes. If you're judicious with it, do you understand? So that's what they should do. Give people prepaid meters.
That's how it should have been right from the beginning. Go ahead.
This prepaid meter don't stay on for a long time. Not past 10 years.
Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened with the prepaid meter. What Show was talking about, right? That prepaid meter, I think it was first introduced probably like 18, 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time.
It's a long time ago. Do you know what happened? That even the powers, NEPA, whatever they call themselves, they truncated that in themselves.
Of course.
Because before, what was going on...
You have to... Now, Obasanjo started. Obasanjo administration, I started. I said everything.
Remember, I used it in a house in Benin then. Let me tell you what happened. So, with that, what you are supposed to achieve, you see the way you buy airtime then. Oh, I don't want to talk more than 1 minute. You no be person go tell you say manage your data. You know what I mean? If you call Nigeria on WhatsApp today, some of them they will tell you, "Oh, I switch off my data at night."
That's not of data.
Nigeria, we are not disciplined people. We need things to make us disciplined. We need to be pushed to be disciplined.
I think there's some logic there. We are very wasteful in Nigeria.
That is what prepaid meter will bring. That also,
answer this question. We are not a productive society. But almost all the gadgets where the production is there, they get up. They pay afford them. Nobody answer that question. How?
I need to explain something. So what Show said, it will reduce wastage. No be person could tell you, say you are leaving the house, switch off your light. What that does to the power transmission, the power equipment, it reduces the load on those equipment. You know, go the air transformer say it don't blow. So
why?
You know the transformer.
I don't think you have current anymore.
You know why we no go discipline like that.
No more blinking current anymore. That's what they use.
We are not going to be disciplined. We are not going to be disciplined like that. You know why?
You need to let me talk. Sorry. You need to let me finish this.
But I disagree with that point that you make.
The other point is when it comes to even when you build your house, you know what you'll be looking for? You'll be looking for low-end power consumption electric bulb. You'll be looking for you'll be worried about the appliance you are going to use in your house. That is why even here now you see they build a house, you buy a new house, you say, oh, you go change all your electric bulb. You look for low power.
The Nigerian electric bulbs, the Nigerian electric bulbs are so like candle right now. You can't even see it. The light is visual. You can't see it.
When you have that kind of when you build your house, no be person go tell you say go find
everything just
See why I disagree. See why it no go work. You know why? See why it no go work. It no go work. Now let Nigeria you go. You go sleep. I go tell you say over 60% of people they drive Mercedes. No, they no work for them. About 70% of people they use iPhone. They no work for them. We are not a producing nation, but we they get within rich people they use, rich nations they use. How? So the only way we can remain disciplined. Now when we they work for them, they produce the thing, they buy with our hand. Then you go no they call. When you go work, come back, you go take up. You go calculate the salary you go make. Then you look at the utility.
The AY is right though regarding
the fact remains that if you're wasteful, you pay. Nobody's telling you to not waste it, but you pay for it. It's fine.
No, but you know, see, just like you send phone go give your anybody for Nigeria now, right? The way you go use them go they different. But even they go work, right? They come, they pay for them every month.
It's
By
not
the
the
time you
food.
go, you go
It's
work
the
and you come back,
airtime.
you go sit down for your house.
It's the
what is the
airtime. It's the
percentage of Nigeria
airtime.
that have access to that money?
That's
What's the
why we
percentage?
need to get back to the basis until we start being a production of which that means we have to still go back to the crosses of getting our own act together, doing things ourselves. Because we are living on a borrowed economy. They just give us money they spend.
Ovie, I think what AY was saying is that even if you got the money from easy source where you didn't have to work for it,
Irrespective.
you don't want to spend it very quickly on electricity. You just use a TV. You have to pay 5,000 or 10,000, and you think twice now.
Yeah, but look at it. The money where we they spend so far now borrow with the borrow and they spend. Oh. All the money where all of us spend from the rich to the poor now both that with the borrow. Now the money where they borrow, they log it our resources to go borrow come. We know they produce anything where with it. So that's why Tinubu got for all the legislators can afford to buy Jeep Prado for everyone. Governor will go entourage because now borrow then they borrow this money. So when you they earn them by yourself, that process we go enter your. Just imagine you come back from work tired. The first thing when you go think of now cap this month now 30,000 I go collect to come. Why like that light they on? I don't go feed people. You look at your earning to make a decision. But if you don't there out, many people there for Nigeria, they look for duplex, look blind fly cash, and money they just can't
So
give
what
them.
you are describing right now is basically what happened to Nigeria
If
when
we can no longer borrow,
oil.
if we can no
Because
longer
oil,
borrow money,
we didn't have to work for oil to generate income. But
nothing.
when we had to farm, when we had to do all those things, we had to work for it.
We have to find a way to stop our government from borrowing, and a fight will happen.
No.
Cannot be
No,
borrowing.
borrowing is not the problem. As a matter of fact,
No, they borrow to spend that for themselves. That's the whole point.
Let me say this.
They borrow the flex now.
is that not what we should stop?
If you have a responsible government,
Want to stop
borrowing
that, they
is
will
not a
force to
problem.
think harder. Yes. Sorry.
Hold on. Let's get this far right. If you have a responsible government that will borrow and use the money judiciously, borrowing is not a problem. There is no country you have to borrow to build. Where the problem is, you borrow money, you go buy SUV. Are you crazy? Like, even just on a personal level, how do you go to bank now and say, borrow me money? Oh, it's going to be 10% interest rate. You take the money, you go to
where the problem is that we expecting them to be responsible. The problem is that we expecting them to be responsible. That's what the problem is. You don't expect a grown man to be responsible. You have to make him be responsible. We are not agile enough to make our government responsible. They borrow every year with all the follow with the analyze the process. You are expecting them to be responsible.
What I'm beginning to think now is that at the top of the Nigerian society, I don't know whether the tippy top, whether it's like that, but very large proportion of the people at the top area, that are running the country, the way of thinking is so warped. They don't see anything wrong with ordering those SUVs and doing those
because
things.
nobody challenging them.
That are happy to see Nigerians shipped overseas. They don't.
You will do the same thing.
Very warped.
You will do the same thing because there's no consequence. Where did they drive all those cars? Nobody Nigeria they drive them. Anything happen to them? Anything happen to them?
Forefathers. When you do something,
when there's no consequence, I go on do.
For me, that is not the good way to make money. I'll make money, but the way I'll make it is not that. That's Mumu way to make money. I don't know why.
There's no consequence in their misbehavior and all they are doing. They do and get away. We will just come argue on all the platforms. I'm not on.
Even at this point, I don't think it's about the lack of consequence. I think genuinely, most of them don't see anything wrong in it anymore.
I'm beginning to believe that they don't see anything wrong with it.
Because they've been doing it for the past 20 years.
There was a senator that went on, I think, channels with Shimon Kimberly maybe about 3 or 4 years ago. I think it's the Senate when they first got in, and in fact it was this 10th Assembly when they got in and they got their first money for SUVs, and it became every year we talk about it, we get annoyed, and one guy went to channels to speak to Shim, a senator, and he said, "Oh, have they seen the Nigerian roads? That they need 4x4s to drive on Nigerian roads." A senator. He didn't think, oh, it's our job to fix the roads. We are the government. That's what I'm saying, that they've become so desensitized that they don't even think it is wrong. And initially, they might have felt the guilt. Now,
sure. Now, what the man said, he said the roads are bad. He need SUV. Now the job where the whole community give him. In other words, the community no matter the feel the sufferer, but he has to go work. So you have to read the meaning. Any man, grown man that come out and make that decision, even though in do out of foolishness, it is left for you, the citizens, not to be foolish.
Of course. I
Exactly.
agree.
So to say that they don't get, they don't, of course, they don't have soul. They don't they practice this. I don't know how I'm going to talk this thing. It's like you expecting me a show. Yeah, I'll be your guy. You are always me and you they do business. Just they look away. You always me to do right. Expect me to do right. Yes, I will do right, but there's no guarantee 24 hours. We always be do right, Abi. That's exactly what they are human like us. They get feeling like us. Don't expect them. Expectation are the biggest mistake. Set rules and regulation, and anyone will go better than there should be consequences. There's no consequences coming from us. So if they still go abroad, those ones go welcome them. They go people they saw themselves. But that's the best they can do to open their nyash for us. It now depends on how we go take treat them. So there's no consequences. Let's take the order for another SUV, and we'll always shout,
some of your fears regarding corruption. I'm beginning to think that if, let's say, Tinubu doesn't do anything crazy, like if they want to remove electricity subsidy, they do it gradually. Because if you do it gradually, they do that in the UK where they increase, like how they increase train ticket prices every year.
No, of course.
If you do that gradually, the impact is not going to be very negative on the economy. But I fear sometimes I fear this our government. They always do crazy stuff. But hold on. The point I wanted to make, the original point I wanted to make was that do we need to fight corruption if the economy is growing? In terms of, especially, it's not growing from the control, from the hands of the government, but from the private sector. Because that what I see happening there is going to be a self-healing system. Because what I mean by that,
make I ask you this economy.
Let me finish my point. 15 seconds at most. If people start earning more salaries from working, they are less likely to want to take bribes from the private sector. And those private sector they are working in will be holding them accountable. If you work with Dangote Refinery now, he's going to hold you accountable. You're going to deliver and he's going to pay you well. So he's going to start reducing corruption by default.
And when you say economy is growing, based on what? You do go produce to grow.
Manufacturing.
That's the whole point. Now they ask you, how many manufacturers don't spring up since when you know for the past 20 years the economy is growing?
What do you think Dangote Refinery is?
Exactly. I know you will go there.
Of course now.
Hold on. So Dangote Refinery now we will go there based on Nigerian growth on.
No, hold on. You know how Nigerians copy down. Many of them are coming along.
So Nigeria, you still don't. Every day we talk about America don't finish because of their debt increase and everything. Why do you think that is? They stop producing. They stop producing
now.
You don't get life. What do they produce? They produce oil, right?
I hear what you are saying, but Dangote build his own power station. Boa is going to likely do the same.
Oh, so everybody now. Hold on. Hold on. Imagine a show now won't go start business. Business where you go feel employ like 500 people, right? A major concern to build own electricity. What thing will happen? You go reduce the employee to like 5 or 10, thanks to AI. So you because AY don't start business, employ 5 people, the economy is growing. Hold on now. You see, hold on. When everything is in order, it go employ 500 people. We are not growing if we are not producing, and we cannot produce without electricity. We just agree on here. Now, everybody
produce electricity. When I said self-healing. You don't even understand what it means.
I know self-healing. Self-healing has to be, it has to be a conscience of the ruling class. This is where we want to do. This is not individual way we want to be entrepreneur. I'm not saying it should be discouraged. But look at the next 5 years when the world don't finally disintegrate in type of all this geopolitical nonsense, right? Now, Dangote will sustain Nigeria. But let me tell you something. Do you think an average Nigeria will be able to afford 4 years at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there will be any more salaries. That's what I mean.
Salary from where?
Hold on. You said that they need vast amount of electricity compared to what Dangote is delivering. If Dangote pays those people more, they will pay tax. The government will get more money. If they have access to more money, they are more likely.
Hold on. According to you now, we don't have electricity because we don't have money. That's what
Yes.
you're describing. No,
Yeah,
okay,
kind of.
okay. Now apply the same strategy with your nuclear weapon, right? The Chinese people have to stand and say for them to build and they don't get money. So why you not use that the same analogy to look at electricity? That we
Because
have to ask.
I just gave you an example that the Chinese system is based on a revolution where the government has ideological base, so the government can do things without collapsing due to corruption. But Nigeria has
Okay.
gone past that stage.
No, Nigeria is now. You have to now look at why is Nigeria in this stage, because nobody's on anybody accountable.
We were once less corrupt, but now we are so corrupt and democratic on top of it, which means there's no way to pull it back. You have to
When we
go
were
with a
now,
system that has been corrupt but succeeded. Like Western system, they've always been
no,
corrupt for a long
say
time,
I
but
like
yet
what
they
you said when
succeeded.
I like you say when we were less corrupt. When we were less corrupt, what was happening then? There were competition within the regional government in production. Competition was in production in all the three regions. The north, they farm, the cocoa, they go on. That's where you see that less corruption because everybody is busy. Now, the amount of work where you go put, now you go produce, now you go chop. But these days, they go sit down, where suit, money go come from IIF Bank, World Bank, Chinese Bank, European Bank. The competition.
I think you have a point on that front, but I feel like the best person in Nigeria that is setting a good example, and he's the richest man in Nigeria. He said, telling you that would you consider Dangote to be working for his money?
Who is he working for?
I don't know now because I don't know where
he's
you
working for his
consider.
money, of course.
Is he working for his money? So he's working for his money then. So people should copy him. He's doing the right thing and he's the richest man.
Exactly, Joe. I mean, you see, now that's all sector. We need now government. See, government is very important when it comes to all these land mark projects. Now government they do them. Electricity, interstate road, all these big things. These are government projects. Now when government don't put everything in place, they will come subcontract them. Give this state to one private company, this region to one private company, this zone to one private company. That's how it's done. But the facility has to be established first.
But what did the government give to Dangote to be able to do what he did?
They gave him money.
Leverage.
No, they gave him money.
They gave him money like they gave everybody else now. Foreign exchange now. Is that not it?
No, not foreign exchange. Nigeria actually put money into that refinery, didn't they?
Oh, the stake that they have, that they went there.
Nigeria, these are our leaders. That's why I say Mungu they listen to them. They understand all this fight that is coming from afar. They know. So they have to come together and put that in place. So that one, it's a good thing. No, I'm not going to say it's not a good thing. But we never start. We should not be saying because of that one we don't start. It's overdue.
I think we have started. I think we're on our way. I think it's a mistake. You see, the impact is already there. You can see the impact on the Nigerian currency already. This is something I predicted coming. And hold on, let me give you another prediction because maybe in 2 years we'll be talking about it. If Dangote ends up going to 1.4 million barrels a day in about 2 or 3 years' time, then we have 2 or 3 other refineries pop up. Not to mention all the other industries that may pop up in Nigeria. If they do, the Nigerian currency, I think it's around 1,300 to $1. It's going to shift towards 1,000.
See, Nigeria economy.
And even then, I still think that our Nigerian currency is stronger. It's because of what Tinubu did. That's why our currency is this bad.
See, if our leaders can pretend to be on one front, Nigeria to revive Nigeria economy is small. We are up and doing everything there. You understand? Not just that trust. Say, okay, just like running a relay, right? The difference is that say your opponent get your back, he will do his job. If 40% of Nigeria have faith in our government, in that just small group of elite cabal, we go call them, because they have to come out very radical. We have faith in them and they have faith in us, right? That's all we need. Now we don't have faith in our leaders, and they don't, and which is like a given. They don't give us any ounce of reason to have faith in them.
Faith in your leaders for the country to function. I don't know. America don't like their government, but they seem to be doing just fine. UK government.
How is the America don't like their government? What do you mean by their government?
Half of America never likes the government.
Oh, forget all this narrative.
Half of America don't like their government.
Now only America. Hold on, man. I tell you something. Now only America go. Every 2 hours, 3 days I go to see American flag. all across the country, north, south, west, and everywhere. You go see
No, they
American flag
love.
everywhere.
No,
I never
Cyril.
seen
They
that
love
kind of
the
thing before.
country. The
They
country is
love.
different from the government.
Hold on. They love their country, not the government. Father, which America do you think they are doing fine? Is that what you said?
No, I said Americans, because he's saying Americans are doing fine. I'm telling him that Americans don't
See,
love their
we don't even know which part of the elite we will trust, right? We don't know. We
You
trust
don't need to trust
we trust
anybody.
Baba
Who says you
Jeje.
need to trust anybody?
No, we trust Buhari, right? That's our hope. He playing tribal rule. Here comes Tinubu, a larger than life politician who has been around everywhere. Yeah, he's in our water. But look at him; he take his own tribal place too. The same thing, an Igbo man go come. Now the same route then go follow. And now you don't go blame an Igbo man if he decide to focus on his people. That's how you don't go blame him. So that's who we
Personally,
are.
when I evaluate Buhari's government, his biggest failure is national security. If he dealt with national security, I think I would have given him a pass because the economy during his time was horrible. It was just downright horrible. The crude oil price was non-existent. Like, how can you govern a country when there was a point when crude oil price went negative? That is crazy.
But Tunanja, look at it from another angle. Buhari regime, right? You will say that he make attempts to be a nationalist, right? Closing all the borders, not even allow other foreign companies to just come and do and undo and run away with their money. Now you feel disagree with him with the way he run it because he run it from he use his own people, and I think that's where the disagreement come from his government. Yes, he sacrificed security for that and attempts to be a national
And that bureau the change
president.
nonsense, that bureau the change thing that he didn't handle, that he
Now
enabled
people now,
round
now
trip
their
in big
business,
time. Yes,
now
yeah, he
tribal
didn't do
business
much
with that.
about
That's their
Was
business.
it under Buhari that all these corrupt people did what they did? Abi, is it another Buhari?
Oh, no.
All these
I think
people, did they
all
serve
the
under
previous
Buhari?
government did it. All the previous government did it.
No, all of that exactly. It's all of them, everybody, all of
All of
them.
the
None of them
Tinubu
have
came
that
and said
national interest. Nobody
what
there.
Tinubu came and did was just
See,
open it up for international.
if we go free, come together. Anybody that want to govern Nigeria should not have any kind of relationship with us in terms of investment and all that kind of thing. Once your children go school abroad, forget it. When Tinubu say we could sacrifice for subsidy, Abi, we will at a time we need to invent our own sacrifice what they need to make. Because not because just all the outside nation is open to welcome Nigerians. That's an agreement from the elite. Me and sure we don't lose a call. Even if we have the perfect strategy to set our strategy in motion, we go look at the call. Plus, if we try this embassy thing, go work. We go try and it go happen. We go jackpot. We forget it. So it's open. There's a reason to make jackpot come up for Nigeria is easy. It's an agreement within the elite. Because now the people will go actually go out of mad, go crazy and take on the system. Now then they just look and go outside. So until we block that,
no grand vex.
Thank you, Ovie. I think there's something else that is brewing these days. I think maybe South Africans gave us a gift. I feel like with the next topic I wanted to discuss was that is it time for Nigerians to start defending their reputation a bit? That because I feel like we have taken so much, our reputation has taken so much as a nation, and if you actually go behind the data, it's not true, especially when people see us as drug dealers, all kinds of different things, scammers, as if we are number one in any of these things. And one other thing an African said recently was that, Nigerians are the most prisoners in foreign countries. And when people hear it, most people think, yeah, it makes sense, isn't it? Because that's what we believe. But nobody bothered to go and check these things. And when you check it, it's not true at all.
I think it's true.
It's not. You see that?
Now,
That's exactly my point. But it's not true.
Hold on now. Let me tell you why I say the thing is true. Right?
It's not.
But share of our population, right?
It's even with that, it's not.
No, share of our population make that kind of stigma stick. We are everywhere because we plenty. You understand? So now normal, it now easy go to place with that. And second, officially, we always give them reason to hold that view about Nigerians. Forget about officially now, how our government they behave. They go accuse, UK government will accuse Show, say na scammer. When he did London many years ago, now he's in Nigeria, they have to, before you know, because our government want to be, serve their paymasters, they will go find Show. They don't go, there's no kind of protection for that image. The leaders let it open like that because in a way it kind of favor them. It's a talking point for them.
It gives them access.
And yeah, so
We are the price they pay.
so in a very we did a very delicate position. We have to embrace it and see it for what it is and
I
work for it.
think the issue of the population, I don't know whether we should play an interlude and encourage. Can you guys like, share, and subscribe? Even if it's just how many of you there, just like, share, and subscribe because it helps other people to come and see the
I
video.
don't ask you this question before. Make I ask you, Nigeria.
Okay, hold on now. I'm trying to get people to go and subscribe. Man, you should donate too, you know. Is this guy that wanted to have show speak? That's the only one that donated. Maybe I should short show up a bit and then he would donate another £2 again.
So make I ask you this question.
This is what they do. Go ahead.
Question. Now look, I never go London before, right? Look at the British where you did there. What is the organizational skill of Nigeria as a community? They have power. I don't know. I'm asking question. Do they have political power due to their sheer numbers and coming together and intellect and everything? Reason as one.
We definitely don't wield political power, but we do have some organizational skill.
Because we don't have political power, so what are you not expecting? So it's come from there now. Now few of them are there. Now few of us there, right? We can't get it together. As we many reach, as I mean our manuscript small reach, we can't get it together. We don't get problem of electricity. We don't get problem of food. We don't get problem of work. Everything is there, but still we cannot form a formidable front. As in
when you are in such countries, you hardly form a national identity. Either you will say, okay, the black people come together.
No. I don't know of London. For America, and allow you. What do you think the Ethiopians then get? What do you think the Chinese, the Cubans, the Indians? Everybody get their nationality for here. They do everything.
America is slightly different, especially when you have.
So that's why I say I don't know for that kind.
And they are slightly different.
So, yeah, America is free, but we cannot. We Nigerians, right? We know they see eye to eye when we come to say let's put issue of Nigeria together. We only see eye to eye when we organize, do party, do the show.
We actually think that maybe in the near future, Nigerians will start doing that because Nigeria, their population swelled recently in the UK. I think it's going to 500,000. So
that's why I believe in the younger generation. Because one thing I noticed about this Davido, this Burna Boy, this their reign, it is due to the offspring of Nigerian diaspora, the younger ones who really don't speak Nigerian, don't understand it. Now then they make all these artists blow. Because that Nigeria spirit is in there anyway. They dominated their communities, their family, their schools. So that magnet other tribes to be fascinated about our doing socially, which in a way benefited the likes of Davido and the rest of them. So anywhere they go, that Nigeria spirit, they not because of we grown up people now make it like that. It's because of the younger, especially the Gen Zs, right? Who carry that culture, even though they don't actually understand the strength of the culture on their head. Because now everybody is sure where it come from. So you have to now look at it from that perspective. Now because of share our numbers, now make anybody where parents don't come up from Nigeria for 50 years ago, will see claim that Nigeria and he or she will still be respected in that small place we or she did. So that's why I say the hope is in the future. We have to look back.
No, I think the reason why I'm highlighting that maybe Nigerians need to start defending themselves and others need to stop going overseas to go and malign Nigerians. Because there is this South African case where you heard about this Igbo king that was looking to be crowned in South Africa. That kind of behavior should stop. Then there's another, I think it was a Yoruba guy that in South Africa, bad-mouthing the Igbo guy, trying to tell South Africans to go after the Igbo guy. So this sort of stuff that we do is not helping. That's one.
There's
the issue of data. Sorry. There's the issue
we going to have that problem? I'm asking you.
Are we going to have that problem? Ove, my friend. Ove. Your disturbance is too much. You need to let a man come to the end of their sentence. I've been listening for about a couple hours,
I
and the
got it. I'm
level of
sorry. I
your
got it. I got it. I got
interruption,
it. I get it.
or Paul,
You keep cutting me off.
is too much.
To go do
So,
Now,
just the
question I asked. I'm sorry.
flow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
thank you. Regarding this, another one is data, whereby they will just say, "Oh, Nigerians are the drug dealers in South Africa." Nobody bothered to check. Okay, who are the other drug dealers? Is it only Nigerians that are doing it? Then sometimes it is true, sometimes it's not. In globally, they will say, "Oh, Nigerians are prisoners. We are drug dealers all over the world." Did you bother to check? I think somewhere along the line we have internalized the fact that okay, that's what we are, and even if it's not true, they will make Nigeria look like Nigeria is a backwater country that the people are just, sometimes mean-spirited and evil people. Well, in reality, Nigeria as a nation itself, not the individuals, the nation as itself is the most selfless country in the world. That is
Right.
crazy. How is it that Nigeria that is nobody will believe? Most people, when they hear that, they will not believe it until they go and measure the matrix and check. For a country that has so little, we sacrifice our own blood, tears, and sweat to go and help other people for something we are not going to get anything from. Other countries, whatever they do for people, they get something from it for it. We don't get anything for it. Look at what South Africa is doing to us now.
Hi.
The same tomorrow, maybe Liberia will do it to us. This thing, Cyril will do it to us. We don't get anything from them. So
now let me say this.
Let me ask you this. If we are better off today,
I've just come.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to introduce myself yet again because forefather is very much from the ghetto. You know, when you go up class, the man will introduce you that this is my friend X, Y, and Z. Forefather will just leave you there to introduce yourself. That ghetto level they present here. Shola show was there for ages. I was watching, and you didn't even you didn't even look at him. He went on. He continued doing. He finished one thesis before he came to speak at all. I don't believe in that kind of introduction spirit.
We are our leaders.
I don't believe in it. No, it's not like that. When somebody comes in you welcome them. You say, show, nice to see you. Just give us a minute. You'll be speaking very next. Something like that. Nothing. They'll just be there looking very terrible. Ghetto man. You be ghetto man.
Let me start you off with this question, right? Do you think if Nigeria is wealthy or better off and every other nation coming to, hustle in Nigeria, do you see us having that kind of tendency towards?
Well, I think the thing that we suffer from is very deep. And there are many things that I believe you mentioned, OVA, across the course of this show that needs real investigation. Firstly, you spoke about political will, which struck me and others on the panel, and how important political will is to move anything along, to have anything move along. And when we find that we don't have leaders that have any will at all, then we have to realize what we are living in as Nigerian people. Then you spoke about the level of organization within the UK and America as to how do Nigerians organize in these areas. And it's a shame because they have tried. I have tried. And the level of organization that we can assume is either very little or it is brought down by our own people, or even indeed by people who are organizing for people are the ones who are bringing people down. Now, it's such a shame that we live in this kind of climate, but it does, both good and bad, emanate from the country we come from. I remember my father, again, I have to speak of him. I remember what he used to do as an individual, an unassuming individual. We used to go to Nigeria a lot during our primary school ages. And our school was so interested in where do these people go? These Chola, Soji, Atishoga. Where have they gone? Where have they been for the last 6 weeks, 2 months, et cetera, et cetera. They were asking so much that they had to ask my father to come in and give them a speech about Nigeria. And me, knowing my dad the way I did, I was embarrassed immediately. This man is coming to the school, or he will catch me doing everything. That kind of fear. Anyway, he came in, and the way that guy made me proud wasn't a joke. The way he consumed the whole school in breaking down what it is to be a Nigerian and what Nigeria is. The amount I learned from, it was not learned that I didn't know. It was confirmed learning, where my father came into school and gave a précis about what Nigeria is, a big précis. And when he left, the whole school was running after him, asking more and more questions. Their interest was deep. What he was speaking about has never been spoken about. I'm talking about 1970 something, 1974, 5. So from this, we as Nigerians, we get a lot of our culture and understanding, as Ovie again rightly said, from our parents a good 50 odd years ago. And this is what we continue to carry. We have tried in many aspects. If you come to London, you would see there are many places that they call Little Lagos, Peckham, Woolwich. They will speak about places in North London which are particular to Nigerians of the more wealthy brigade, where people like Shaw and this Folk Paradise is living. You know, they went to pack themselves to where they can find greener pastures. We here are left there. Anyway, I say all this to talk about the level of organization that we don't have as Nigerians, the level of collectiveness that we don't have as Nigerians. What our man AY said about it will take 4 years is not sufficient for electricity to be burst correctly in the nation. I totally disagree with that, because it's simply about capacity. You argued a lot between yourselves, and it just comes down to capacity. Do you have the capacity to generate electricity in your nation? The capacity comes from so many of our natural gifts in our country: the oil and gas, the waterways, the land mass that we can entertain, the renewable energies, the nuclear vision that we can have in a country like Nigeria, whereby Nigeria and Niger, we share a lot of the same uranium resources and the quality of it. And then on top of that, we have minerals that we just are not yet exploiting, and we don't have to understand. But the greatest thing, I think, is between the people and the population that gives us a serious power base, both in terms of global standing and in terms of a natural economy. Now, we have all of these things, but yet still we are largely not able to become producers.
Question for you, Jago. You see, sometimes when we are speaking, sometimes my problem with Nigeria, no matter how we take
I don't think I mentioned Islam. I don't know why you're speaking.
No. Maybe don't do that. My problem with Nigeria is when you hear people speak. For example, you are not an engineer, you don't know what's involved in electricity, you don't understand the process of power generation, you don't understand.
Oh, me? Are you talking about me personally?
Okay. In 4 years, how do you want to just break it down?
No, I can come to that over here. I can come to that. That for me is an issue. Wait, bro. Wait, my friend. What I am trying to deliver something that gives you an expanse of what it is I want to say. What I wanted to say about your one is very small. It's not that important because the fact is it can be done. The fact that you don't understand that it can be done is very secondary.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Very secondary. You don't have to disturb me.
You know how to speak British English. Sometimes say I don't know.
Here we go. I knew you were going to go
No,
elsewhere. I'm speaking
no,
about
no,
one thing,
no.
or you now started to tell me I'm not Nigerian enough.
You lack the technical knowledge to even speak on this topic. I'm
Bro,
not
as I said, I didn't speak about Islam.
Get to British English now.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying,
you know,
bro.
the
Before
same with
you
you now. My
interrupt
girl is
without
from
wisdom.
Lagos.
Where is this forefather? Make you they do your job, bro.
Okay, go ahead, Jabu. Go ahead. I will listen to you.
Make you they do your job, forefather. Make you they count. Give AY yellow card. The next one be red, and then he's off.
Forefather is an absentee leader. Is an absentee moderator.
Let me say this.
Forefather, the chop.
Get
Nigeria are funny people.
What I'm trying to get at is that all the issues that we spoke about, I've been listening today to your show. And in that I've been listening and seeing all the arguments that we've been having. I believe that we really need to take a look at ourselves, a serious look. We believe that we're in a country that either has no hope or the complications of the state that we are living in means it's impossible to grow. And only a calamity can happen to make us change. I think this is an extremely defeatist way of looking at oneself. You know, there is negative and there is positive. Nigeria has been balancing itself on the negative, and it's very unfortunate because we are strong people. If we tried to balance ourselves in the positive, as I said, to produce electricity is simply a situation of infrastructure. Simply. If you put the infrastructure in place, the electricity will be there. In a country like Nigeria, have all of what it takes to process and bring power to bear. We have gas, we have oil, just as a beginning.
So that is not the only thing you need to put.
No, it's not the only thing. You're not listening very well. You're complaining about my English, but you're not listening.
Jagu, I just want us to dialogue. No, hold on, Sawuke, please. Jagu,
when you have Monday Okpebolo as your this thing, this is what you get. You don't listen to Jagu.
Come. This man, you don't get respect for Monday.
The ripple effects of
no, wait.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
You don't get respect for
Welcome somebody now. You will not want them to welcome him.
Don't welcome him. You don't have respect for my governor. Don't welcome him. He's not welcome.
You see that?
You're welcome.
Let me welcome him. After this,
let me Jagu.
Welcome him, please. Allow him to be welcome. Because I
with your Kwegolo Wahala. Don't start
I enjoy Wekwan. I enjoy him very much on this platform. All I'm saying is that we have had a show today, and I've been listening for about 2.5 odd hours. And within that time, I believe we have had a fair conversation, but clarity hasn't been born. Apart from, I would say, Show, who has a different speech mode than the rest of us. We are very argumentative in the way we speak. We are not able to ascertain the way people are trying to explain things. You know, there are a few of us on the panel who speak in a way where they'll start a sentence 4 or 5 times, and then you don't even know where you are again. And it's like, Jed, how about this, what you said? It's like, man, come on, don't speak like that. Speak straight so we'll make men understand. The fact that man can complain about English, I think is another Nigerian shame. The English that my grandfather spoke is better than the English that is being spoken in Nigeria today. That's a shame on us as Nigerians. We all speak Nigerian English, whether we like it or not, is the national language of the country. We don't speak Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa as a national language, even though I believe they should be underlined as national languages. But we don't. Those are not our. To be ashamed of English at this stage is weak, and not to understand the strength that you have in the world where English is a global language. It's a shame. What are you talking about? Come and blow all your English. Like you're making it.
Jago, you are debating. Let me.
I haven't finished. AY.
No. Hold on. Let's go back to electricity. Don't run
Let
away.
me finish. You know you are guilty of many of these things, which is why you're speaking. I need you to continue listening, please. Now, I just want to land on this, on the point of.
I told you after smoking, don't come to the panel. Sometimes you just cause connect.
Are you sure?
I tell you this. Once you are guessing about what I'm doing in my own house, once you are guessing,
learn to speak like an elderly man. Huh?
Okay, let's leave it. So the what I was talking about was Nigerians being able to.
My brother, how can you do that? You can't say that.
We just went away from it because So hold on, because
you're turning off my mic. The mic that you should turn off is AY. It's my turn.
I turned this off and it remained quiet. So my point is that we're talking. The topic was about whether Nigerians have let themselves down. Sometimes we go and encourage it so that other people say bad things about our country, and then we don't defend ourselves because many of us are not even armed with the right information to defend Nigeria from some of these accusations we get from anybody.
You're very right. Let me round up based on what you just reminded us of. Thank you for that. Where I was actually going was to answer the question until I was veered away. The fact that we have this concentration of power in so many areas of the world, places like the UK and America, where we have enough Nigerians in there, we need serious organization. And that organization will be reflected in what takes place in Nigeria. I can guarantee you. Now, myself and forefathers sometimes meet on other platforms. And the way that Nigerians are being looked upon is terrible. We're not looked upon in a very nice way. People actually don't like us. They don't like what Nigeria. They come from small countries or Sierra Leone.
Because you don't like yourself.
All right,
That's
thank
the
you.
problem. Charity begins at home.
Okay, fair enough. We don't. The Sierra Leone, Liberia, or Burkina Faso, all these small nations who have not done half of what Nigeria has done are the ones hating down on us. Now, we have to accept a lot of this hate, a lot of this rhetoric from them. We have to, because there's a lot of what they say that we ourselves say. But hearing it from someone else is terrible. And I see the way that forefathers also see it. But you see, the only way you can answer or reply to fickle situations and fickle individuals is by organizing, is by making things right. And Nigeria we know it's not correct. It's not correct at all. So I'll just end by saying what we get, we probably deserve. However, how much are we doing to really defend our own dignity as Nigerians? I'll end it there and see how the conversation goes. We know that we have given AY yellow card. He only needs one more and he's off.
Jago, don't come and fool yourself.
Do you think that
don't be silly there?
AY, do you think
don't
that
come and fool yourself? I'm not going to take it lightly with you today. You need to
don't be silly.
Don't see.
You don't know who you are.
AY, you worried about
Jago? I told you to stop talking to me on the national TV.
They leave him. He's very.
You are letting Jago get under your skin. AY, come on, don't do that.
I told you, don't piss me off today.
You're pissing yourself off me.
You try to upgrade yourself.
Wow. It sounds like
with your modular TV.
It sounds like a crying baby, man.
Jago, leave it there. Jago, leave it. Let me go to show. Do you think that we deserve what we get? Because that's what he's saying. I feel like maybe some Nigerians deserve what we get, but I don't think necessarily the country deserves what it gets, because I believe that the nation itself is more altruistic to many African countries, and maybe even globally. We kind of sacrifice ourselves for others. And personally, that's what we are doing to the Commonwealth. We are acting as if we are hard boy to the Commonwealth constantly. And what have we gotten out from it? Nothing. And we helped West African countries. What have we gotten out of it? Nothing. We helped South Africa. Instead, they are killing us now. So as a nation, somebody said that we are stupid. That's why we are doing those things. But if you look at it from another way, we are quite altruistic as a nation. But as the people, maybe not true. So maybe the people deserve what we are getting, but the nation doesn't deserve it. I don't know what you make of that way of looking at it.
I think it's quite the opposite. I think the nation deserves what it gets. I think the people should be treated as individuals. And I think I've said this before on this show where I said, I think you were talking about, representing Nigeria and talking of Nigeria, in good light and promoting Nigeria, basically be pro-Nigerian. And we had a slight, back and forth. This was, I think, was during the Ekweremadu incident, or not far from that period. And I said that as much as an individual can excel, because if you look at the UK, for instance, where the top 3 most educated, race in the UK, ourselves, the Chinese and the Indians, we're the top 3 most educated in the UK. That's including the Caucasians, the owners of the land. They're not the top 3. Do you understand that? Yeah, so exactly. So as individuals, I think we excel. Of course, everywhere you go, there are bad people. So we have the crazy ones amongst us. But collectively, majority of Nigerians are well-behaved. At least in the UK, in the US, well-behaved. Because there are laws. If you take the same people back home, give it a few years, they'll become mad as well. So it's the society, it is the structure or the lack of it, the laws or the lack of it that would shape people. So you would find out that people in the UK behave better because they know there are consequences. You drive, speed cameras are there, nobody's chasing you, you get home, 2 days later, DVLA, there's a ticket, right? So these things are the things that put us in check in the UK and the US. If I am doing everything possible at work to stand out, which would reflect on Nigeria, but let's say 1,000 of us scattered across the UK in IT, all doing well, no issues at all. But one Ekweremadu incident would take us back 50 years. And unfortunately for us now, the world has become a global village in the true sense of it, because there's now internet. When Anthony Joshua had the accident he had, my manager came in, female. She loves Anthony Joshua. I think she actually wants to marry Anthony Joshua. She's obsessed with Anthony Joshua, Igbo woman. She likes the Greek or the African god body. Sorry, I take that back. The African god body. So she didn't know, and she would talk to me about him all the time. And she didn't know how to now break it to me to say, oh, I know she was a bit, apprehensive. Then towards maybe 1 p.m., she said, oh, I saw the Anthony Joshua accident. I said, I saw it too. She said, what baffled me is the lack of emergency, that people were dragging him, that you would even think people should know the basic health and safety. Someone in an accident like that, you don't drag him around. That these are basic things they should teach you, because you can make it worse. I said they were only trying to help, they didn't know any better. She said, but where were the ambulances? I said they were on their way. So we left it there. So incidents like that, they take us back many years, no matter what you and I can do individually. And that's why, Tinubu went to Brazil. I've said this on this platform many times. Tinubu stood in front of the world. The president of Nigeria stood in front of the world and said, if you can provide a Nigerian child 1 egg, as he called it, 1 egg a day, they will go to school and stay there and learn. So it was basically telling the world to give us money so that we can buy eggs and feed our children. This is the country that you're saying doesn't deserve what it gets. No, I don't want it to be that way. So people don't misquote me and say it's celebrating Nigeria getting what it gets. And I'm saying that our leaders, what they project is poverty. What they project is ineptitude. We are clueless. We don't know what we're doing. You saw the NSA, and I know that made your blood boil. He was saying to Imbumen, this is the man that advises the president on security matters. He said, we want you to come and help us so that we can live like the rest of the world, like normal human beings, to come and end terrorism. He was saying it to Imbumen, caught on camera. So these are the people that represent us. They are what will reach places that you and I are what will never reach. 73 people watching. 73 people watching. Let's say, come and check this video in 2 weeks' time. It won't hit 2K. Tinubu speaks, as much as we disparage him. Go and watch Tinubu's clips. What he said, it's not watched by Nigerians only. If there's this stupid banter they do on Twitter, Nigeria versus Kenya, Nigeria versus whoever, go and look at the. I mean, they will be telling you things Tinubu had said that I would have to go and research and find out that is true.
Let me show you. Let me try to share what the picture I'm trying to paint. Imagine a NGO that takes care of orphans, and that NGO by and large selflessly doing that job and everything. Then tomorrow you find out that the NGO on the inside, there are a lot of abuses going on within the NGO and all the rest. So you would want to not say the people that will get the punishment in that NGO would deserve it, while the NGO's job is actually doing a good job in terms of what it is doing for the orphan children. That is the way I'm looking at Nigeria. That Nigeria is quite selfless when it comes to helping other people. Nation as a nation.
Nigeria doesn't operate itself on its own. The name Nigeria, it doesn't do anything. There are people that pilot the affair of Nigeria.
That is interesting. That's interesting.
Those are the most critical people.
It's plain. It's plain.
Nigeria as an entity is what is it? What
Sorry,
can it do on its own?
The same thing applies to that organization, because in other words, even if it's an entity, it has different ways of manifesting itself.
The NGO was set up for a reason. If you can tell me what Nigeria was set up for, then we can come to an agreement.
For a country now to be part of Africa and shake their backside everywhere and do it.
But the question is, I don't know what you are dealing with.
I think for further, the question is, do we deserve the reputation we have? Should we defend ourselves more? We do as individuals. Honestly, most Nigerians would defend Nigeria outside Nigeria. See, when we attack each other is when you meet on that Rofo place you go to. One man went to Mo. When some people come here and, we antagonize each other. When Nigerians are speaking against foreigners, people that are not Nigerians, we defend Nigeria. I just told you the Anthony Joshua one. I didn't want to, but I defended this as much as I could without lying. Not telling too much lies. I said they're coming, ambulance was late. We would defend the country. Majority Nigerians love the country. We hate and despise the people in charge of it. And that would reflect occasionally, and that's why people would get frustrated and say, Nigeria would happen to you, like they're cursing. We genuinely, if people don't love Nigeria, you're in the UK, Jaguar's in the UK, I'm in the UK, it's 1:48 a.m. My wife thinks I'm crazy. My friends think I've lost the plot. My friends tell me, you go to one place, you discuss Nigeria, you must be mad. My brother, my blood brother, who I came to the UK before him, he came about 20 years ago. He does not know the governor that came in after Oshoba, which was the 1999 set. He doesn't know anything after 1999. Since he left Nigeria, it's like it turned off a switch. When I tell them about, they think this guy is, why do you know these people? How do you know these names? A lot of people don't care anymore. But you still see majority of us, we care about the country. We will defend the country. When one of the problems you see that raises its ugly head is one thing that you probably try to, you talk against it. We are divided as a nation or as a country, or as whatever you want to call it. All this, all this, in terms of what people say. Some people say it's a nation, it's a country, it's not whatever. Nigerians are not united. And it reflects every time we come here, most times, not every time. So when you now get to the UK, there's a small issue, then the profiling starts. That is what you see. That's internal wahala. It's a family matter. Occasionally, outsiders must see it. But when we are talking to outsiders, oftentimes we're united. It is when you now see somebody say, oh, go and buy all the Yoruba people, go and buy all the Igbo people. And it would happen every 4 years. It will be heightened during the election cycle.
Actually, that's exactly my point. There is a new flavor. I'm not sure you're aware of it. Like in Ghana, when the Ghanaians were going after Nigerians, Yoruba people were telling them to go after Igbo people.
Do you know when
in South Africa, the same thing is happening now?
It's a new flavor, but it's not far-fetched. Forefathers, this became worse. It's always existed, but not pronounced. This became worse because of the last election. I want to believe you genuinely are not linking it, so I wouldn't say let's pretend not to know. Listen to some of the things that were said during the last election. I'm a Yoruba man. proud Yoruba man, Omo Yoruba Tata Omoluabi, of finest you would find anywhere. But listen to some of the things that were said. Bayo Nonoga said this is the last time the Igbos would get involved in Lagos politics. He was rewarded to speak for the president. Do you understand? Some of the things that was said, these are things that would take time to heal. So when you now see people now fighting each other, they will point people out. They will say, it's the Igbo man doing it. It's the Yoruba man, because we now see it. We are enemies, basically. It's like we're at war with one another.
Yeah, the moment P2B emerged as a rival to, and Tinubu became the flag bearer, that's when the whole thing sparked. And
you would see worse in 2027. So brace up. You've not seen, the one that you see is baby. It would get worse after 2027 because people would, based on the experience of 2023, the Igbos are now saying we're prepared. The Yorubas are now saying we will show you. So all this thing that is happening, it won't help anybody.
This is
and
why
you now have people like Kemi Bedinok as well. Sorry, you now have people like Kemi Bedinok as well, who is a Nigerian or was a Nigerian. When she speaks, her words carry so much weight. They travel far. And she'll be talking about how they stole her brother's slippers, how the police collected her brother's watch. I mean, forefathers, go on Twitter and search Nigerian police, whatever. The amount of things they do. The other day, they allegedly collected money from the head of ICPC. They didn't know. They extorted the guy. I don't know if it's a made-up story, but the police were saying that some of the officers did not know the ICPC boss, and they extorted him. So these things, the internet hasn't helped us in terms of the global image we have. It hasn't helped, unfortunately. The things that go on in Nigeria, we can't pretend that they don't exist. Tinubu speaks and you're like, oh my God. Peter Obi can speak and you can laugh at him. He's not the president. He's irrelevant.
Okay, let me give you an example so that people understand. I hear what you are saying, and I think you are right on those fronts. However, if somebody says, oh, Nigerians are all killers, would you not defend yourself based on that? Of course I will. So that's the kind of one I'm talking about. Like, no, of course. When they go overseas and they start bad-mouthing Nigerians, many Nigerians will be like, it's okay. Do we not do that to each other? Like when some of them South Africans were saying we should clear out of South Africa. Some Southeasterners were saying, yeah, after all, you people did that to us in Lagos. What is the difference? And all that. So this kind of stuff we get. And then let me just play the video quickly, please.
Okay.
This man has a lot of things to say about Nigeria. Initially, I thought he has anger issues, but you need to watch this. Let's go.
Almost every country on earth, there is a Nigerian prisoner. However, no one wants to go to Nigeria. Moving abroad is the top 5 career categories in Nigeria. They have ruined their country so terribly that it has become uninhabitable. Police stations look like pigsties, whilst government buildings look like building sites. Corruption in Nigeria is no longer frowned upon. Instead, it is praised. Criminality is celebrated in every echelon of society. The people themselves do not elect decent Nigerians. They elect criminals. In Nigeria, the pastor is corrupt, the doctor is corrupt, the engineer, the teacher, the professor, the custom officials, the police, the passport official, the teller, the banker,
is this true?
The ministers, the president, and everyone is corrupt. I'm not sure you understood. I will elaborate. You can get to the Nigerian border with explosives, bribe the officials, and they let you in. You can bribe your way through your profession.
And that's the Nigerian saying that too. But let's carry on.
To give you the best grade. Bribe the passport officials to delete your name from the system and create a new identity for you. Or pay the police to arrest someone who annoys you.
Okay. Pay the police to arrest someone that annoys you. Let's just be a little bit fair there. I don't think this is exclusive to Nigeria. There are multiple African countries where you can actually bribe the police to arrest somebody.
Oh, yeah, in America.
Yes, you're probably confused. It could be somebody that's influential, who's got money, and you happen to be somebody whoever their girlfriend likes. Or a potential girlfriend. So if this person likes a woman and this woman actually likes you and they don't like them, this person can influence state security, a police officer, or a member of the army to actually get you arrested in some African countries. So I don't think this is an exclusivity of Nigeria, even though it's a characteristic of a shithole country. Let's continue.
Nigeria is a complete shithole. Now imagine people raised under such chaotic system coming into your country. From the day they were born, they bribed their way through the authorities, school, and even employment. When a government job opening becomes available, the person in charge sells it to the highest bidder.
When a government job becomes available, the person in charge sells it to the highest bidder. So it's not about qualifications and ability. It's about how much money are you willing to pay to get an opportunity. That is a sad reality. Let's go.
You see, this is not talked about enough. I have given this a serious thought before making this video, and it breaks my heart that I have to make it. A Nigerian have no sense of queue, keeping the street clean, respect authority, law and order, or the faintest idea of customer service. You should see them bashing, fighting, hating, and disparaging each other instead of working.
And I believe this man is Nigerian. Okay, so it's not a...
Let me stop it there. I think we'll have a gist of it. But
it's my
many
turn,
of the things
right?
that he said there was absolutes. They didn't even qualify it, or like Nigerians are just evil and all kinds of stuff. And that's what I don't like. He said Nigeria had, like, we have the highest number of prisoners all over the world. And in every...
No. Look at this is what he said. He said
You guys are content creator.
I think you should allow the new person to speak. He hasn't spoken now.
That's true, though. That's true.
Come on, man.
But let AY just say what he wants to say first.
Yeah.
No, everybody's going to say something that's very unnecessary.
Let's Okpebolo talk. It needs it.
Jago, stop being foolish, man.
I think you're writing Okpebolo and AY.
Like
different people.
A tout. Don't be a tout.
Don't worry. Forefather.
Behave yourself now. Behave yourself.
Don't worry, forefather.
You spend over 50 years in UK. You are just taking your life away.
Come on, how are you
getting you need to respect yourself. Don't do that.
You know nothing about me.
You are better than this.
He's not
If you decide not to be respectful, I'm gonna put you in your place.
Don't be silly. You could be.
Why is that every time you come, you have one target? That is me or you.
Respect yourself.
Come on, give it.
I'm AY. For the last time.
AY, you have forefather on your side.
Any language I use on you, you have to take it. Respect yourself. Don't be.
I'm not taking it.
Don't be a foolish.
You have a bigger problem at hand.
Okay, Father. Again, Jago, I'm warning you for the last time. Be careful. Okay, Father. You see, when you listen to that video, I can't see anything wrong with the video. Whatever we just heard, that is what we are. We cannot deny it. You see, like Sho said, on individual basis, we have very good Nigerians, professionals, not involved in any form of crime. When it comes to crime, listen, we can blame the government all we want. Nigerians are doing too much. We should not pretend we don't know. From America to UK, to Canada, to Africa countries, to Asia countries, Nigerians are doing too much. We need to caution ourselves. From Yahoo.
Somebody from a different country.
Sorry. I felt like he made some very absolute statements that you were saying that is correct. So there are statements that he made that are just blanket that Nigerians are that way. But clearly it's not all of them. And I don't think you believe it's all of them. That's the kind of stuff that some Nigerians do that is not, it feels like, why are you doing that? You don't get anything from doing that kind of stuff. You have to call the problem what it is, but don't paint the whole Nigerians as all corrupt.
Story is anger issues, but
he's a content creator.
Yeah, he is, but many Nigerians do the same too. They come on the channel and they say the same. It's zoo. He says zoo. All kinds of stuff they call Nigeria.
You need to watch this. Let's go.
Almost every country on earth, there is a Nigerian prisoner. However, no one wants to go to Nigeria. Moving abroad is the top
Why
5
are we going to watch
career
this again?
category.
We've watched it now.
Yeah. Hold on. Then he says no one wants to go to Nigeria. Those are the kind of absolute
You
statements.
said in every country on earth, there are Nigerian prisoners.
I don't think, forefather, I don't think you can defend every position. And that's not how I'm going to live my life. Once I hear a certain level of truth on the
Sorry,
internet,
it's not your turn. It's not your turn. Let's
I know it's not my turn, but I'm just wondering where you are coming from.
No,
are you saying that there should be no critique?
No, not at all. Let's bring Osewekan before I start going on again, because before you know it, we'll forget you for another 5 hours again. Osewekan,
it's always beautiful to join this conversation. It's been chaotic from the onset. Jagu, much respect to you. Okpebolo Jr., I have no respect for you. Show, I salute you. Forefathers, I don't like you. Anyway.
So Osaweka, we love Okpebolo. Go and have yourself.
Last week Sunday, I told you.
We will support him. We will support him. He's working. I will support Okpebolo.
I told you that the day.
Hold on. I know you don't like fat, because Okpebolo is doing the job. I will support him. Ovie will support him. So you can burn yourself to transform.
You can support anyone you want to support, but
you can go help transformer. You see,
the leaders that you choose.
Let him speak. Let him speak. He's only begun.
AY won't let me talk because it's a.
Jagu, I'm not your son. Don't yell at me.
You are as young as my son. I'm afraid.
Let me see.
You see where you've gone. See where you've gone. Uncontrolled.
Jagu is instigating you, and hold on. I think what is going on here is that Osewekan and like opposite.
You should do that.
So he's getting to
I bastard. Go and look for your father.
I don't think it's about Jagu, because Jagu has been doing this for ages. He didn't.
No, I will never take it like
you.
You lost it.
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what?
Okay, let's calm things down.
Now, wow.
AY, calm down. You're better than this now. Don't let Osewekan get to you. I think it's just the Osewekan. You are the one come here with a Okpebolo argument.
You have fragile emotions. That's what
you need to stop it.
Forefathers, you see, good evening. All of you. Again, we have bigger issues to handle. These are just frivolities and mundane things. I lived in a village in Sharjah Emirates in UAE for 5 years before moving to the US. Now, everything that guy said there, I can tell you without any sense of ambiguity, that is the truth. If you go to Sharjah, so in Dubai and Sharjah, right? Because they have 7 Emirates, they have Al Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah, Sharjah, Dubai, and co. And there's a place we call Union. Union is like the train station where kind of connect from one emirate to another. Go there and see the loads of Nigerians there sleeping there on the railway station, like fatherless kids. If you want to see the penury that Nigerians go through abroad, go to Dubai. Go to Dubai and see the lifestyle there. It's crazy. Luckily for me, I was able to get a good job. I was working as an inventory analyst with a frozen food company in Sharjah. But sometimes I found it so difficult to affiliate with my people. It's sad. They sell alcohol, they do all this powder stuff, and the police there. And I always tell people, no set of people is as racist as the Arabs to blacks. You see what they make our guys go through. There was the guy that they called.
But there's no proof that Nigerians are in all the prisons in the world. And that's in all countries in the world.
Baba, Nigerians are
it's not a fact.
Prison.
No, but it's everywhere, but it's not. You see, that's what I mean. You are doubling down and believing what people are telling you about your country.
Majority of the country.
Okay, so are you going to say that Chinese are not in all prisons around the world? No, sorry. I don't know why we go do this thing. Are you going to say Chinese who are not in all the prisons?
You can't keep defending.
Yeah,
the indefensible.
Let me land. You You see, we are in majorly, almost all the countries in the world, Nigerians. And I can tell you for a fact, without any form of ambiguity, once you go there, many of us are imprisoned there. That's a fact. If we have 200 countries in the world and Nigerians are in 150, and you can go to 100 or 120 and see Nigerians in prisons there.
Facts.
No, I can
That is
tell
not
you,
all of
if
them,
you
is
know,
it? You have to be factual about these things.
when we are doing social survey, all right, when you have majority, that counts for all. Is the logic that you can say, okay, because
what? Actually, no.
When you do social, Babami,
anything involving science involves precision. You can't say it's all.
Forefathers. An argument can be cogent and not valid. It could be valid and not cogent. That's logic.
It still doesn't mean it should lack precision.
It's my time. Let me land. I can tell you for a fact, right? I'm giving you specific instance now that I lived through in Sharjah Emirates in UAE. If you see the life our guys are living there, what that guy said is nothing but the truth. But because Nigerians, we don't like to look into the mirror. We hate what we see. When we look into the mirror. That is why we use filter every time. We hate ourselves. We don't like
There are instances when Nigeria, they went to rob a bank in UAE.
I can tell you, I don't like to say this on a live stream, but the Nigerian was the first person to kill a UAE policeman in Fujairah. They were ransacking. We are the ones.
Stop going on. I'm not buying your this thing. I'm not buying your.
It's not about buying. I live through it. I can show you my. See, I can show you my Emirates card. It's here. I lived there for years.
Don't worry yourself.
This is not about.
I go with data. I don't go with people that are just. We hate ourselves. We just have to believe stuff. You have to go with. I'm a bit surprised that you are not saying, "Oh, where's the data?"
Give me 10 seconds.
You just.
I know the data. I have the data for father.
AY, 1 second, so that he can help you. So that this can help the conversation and reduce the argument. Also, nice to meet you. And AY, I know Jago understands. So what father is telling you is, if there's 500 countries in this world, let's say even 1,000 countries, and you find Nigerians in 998, forefathers is saying, don't tell me it's there everywhere. Are you going to start arguing with somebody who has that kind of? That's what he's saying to you. So don't argue with him on this.
I get it. I get
it.
Sure, I get it, right? We do not expect Nigerians to be in prison in all of these countries, but we are in majority. That is the truth.
Okay, now hold on. That's your argument. Hold on. Stop, please. That your argument is implying that Nigeria is uniquely widely distributed, isn't it? That's your argument.
You don't have to mute me before you.
No, because you won't stop. You won't stop if I didn't.
The
question remains. I really want to get somewhere. I don't want just to talk over each other that we don't get anywhere. Your argument is implying that Nigeria is uniquely more distributed all over the world in terms of the prisons. That's what you are implying.
Not uniquely.
Especially evil. That's why we are distributed that way. If we check that we find others distributed like that, would that stop your narrative?
Let me learn.
I say, my brother, please keep your thought. Please,
I'm not actual.
I brought this debate up because it's going to be very small.
That's the problem with you. You're trying to, make it a substitute.
I'm asking you a question.
Wait, guys.
I'm giving you something to hold on to based on what I lived through.
Yes, it's a very good story. Give me 2 minutes. Forefather.
The Chinese too have committed.
I beg your pardon, forefather. Don't allow me to shout. I don't want to shout.
Focus on Nigeria. Leave Chinese alone.
Yeah, other people have committed. No, you are saying Nigerians are uniquely distributed that way.
Just listen to people. These are people with first-hand experiences.
Let me make
this. Wait. If you can allow me very quickly. Ezewekan and forefather. We mustn't just be very emotional. I know you're saying that you don't want to receive emotional news from emotional individuals. Which is fair. Wait. But our reaction also must be less emotive. Your reaction, I'm afraid, is very. Wait, let me finish.
Because I was trying to stop him from carrying on.
You cannot stop me from anything.
Let me finish.
I'm telling you the fact.
Let me finish.
What are you talking about?
Don't do that, forefather. I've got something to say. And this is it. Do you know when we look at the world?
Don't
You
do
just
that.
muting me, saying I'm
Wait,
pushing a narrative.
please wait.
I can show
Please
you my
wait.
Emirates card. I lived through this experience. I'm
I
telling
didn't
you,
Please.
say he
you
didn't
should
live
get
through
from
it.
Oh,
experience.
I didn't
You
say he
should
didn't
learn
live
from
through
it.
it.
Shall try to
Jago, keep quiet.
alleviate some of the argument. I'm going to do this. You see, in the world that we have today, the modern world, when we look at how it kind of came into becoming a village, we had the Europeans, especially the British, going around the world committing serious crimes. They would have been in a position that is said that Nigerians are possibly in being in all the prisons in the world. Now, whether that be true or not, it can be still looked upon differently than the way we are arguing right now. Because the fact of the matter is, when we look at America, all of the ethnicities that came in, they came in through organized and criminal means. Organized crime and criminal means is how they grew their local and individual and collective economies and power structure in America. So the fact that Nigerians, or the possibility that Nigerians are in prison all over the place, is not necessarily all bad, because this world does not reward good people or punish bad people. No, the world behaves like the ocean. If you can swim, you'll survive. If you cannot, you're going to die, whether you're good, bad, or indifferent. The fact of it is that when coming into any new economy, you have to structure for your development of your unique crowd, your statehood, your people. If you can do that in this way or that, it doesn't matter. Where you settle matters. And that is the thinking. But because we ourselves are so emotional and so stupefied in the way we think, we don't know how to think. It's as though we don't have history that guides us. There is such a thing that is called, I forget the term, when you enter into a new place and you enter through levels of, I dare to say, corruption. It's because the governments of any world is corrupt. So if you are following a level of criminality, let's say, not to say corruption, criminality that grows your economy. The economy of the Italians in America is down to the mafia, largely from drug selling, protectionism, all kinds of organized crime. But Italians in the world today, in America today, the lower classes own restaurants. They work in construction. The higher classes are in politics and at a very instrumental level. So the way we look at crime sometimes, oh, I don't want any dirt. There's nothing like that in this world. There's nothing like that. So stop begging, forefathers. The way you are putting yourself forward is as though you are some kind of person who just wants to have Nigeria have no issue. There's nothing like that, I'm afraid. As much as it's embarrassing,
That is not what I'm
all
saying.
these, no, brother, the way you're looking at it
30
is not
seconds.
correct.
We have to go by
Seconds.
data.
I'm supposed to talk,
Fofana.
but you guys cut me. I can't even see anything anymore. It's okay.
Osaweka, please, 30
It's
seconds.
so terrible.
Fofana, what I think we should be talking about, we should be talking about what percentage of Nigeria involved in this crime. You know, we have huge population. So it's not every Nigeria, but if you want to deny Nigeria not committing, you know me, you know how I love my
99.
country. I can take it. That is basically what you do, it, to be honest.
No,
I thought I
no.
saw this.
I'm
Okay, let
saying
me
that
say this, right?
Okay, let me repeat this because it looks
Fofada,
like
let me say
we're
this.
confused.
Fofada, I have friends almost all over
Oh
everywhere.
my God.
Don't worry, they're
Nigeria,
not real friends.
Jagu, you need to shut up.
Let me, okay,
You know
please,
you don't have
let me
real
start
friends
again.
now.
Oh,
No.
it's my
You
time
need to
talk.
stop by your
AY,
madness.
let me just make my submission, right?
I'm being a
Go ahead,
comedian.
Go ahead, Osaweka.
Thank you, AY. Thank you, AY. Honestly, with due respect, right, this is really painful. Because see, forefathers, when I use a figure of speech and I use hyperbole or what they normally call exaggeration, that doesn't make it false. Exaggeration does not mean, I mean, I can say I'm hungry as a horse. That doesn't mean that I'm a horse. It just means I'm hungry, I'm famished. That's the truth. So when I come here and I say we are peculiarly distributed all over the world, and you know what happens? Jagun is making a very brilliant allusion here. The people that commit the most crime in the world are those Caucasians. But you know why they don't get paid? They don't get accosted for their crimes, because they know that whoever accosts them, the leadership of those of their country will come after you, and that's what happens. The truth is that leadership. I've always said this, and last week I was saying this to AY and the other young man. I said leadership is everything. Leadership is the primary custodian of your nation's destiny. That is the truth. Because in Nigeria, we deceive ourselves a lot because we don't like. There's a Latin word for this. It's called speculum. Speculum is the objective truth, the reality that you see. We look at reality on the face. We see a brown book. We say, "Oh, it's black." That's who we are. We say that leadership do not matter. We went ahead and consensually, or probably not even I don't even know what to say, but we open our eyes like this, broad daylight, and allowed someone with a criminal record be a president of Nigeria. Someone that is perpetually beholden to another country, that forfeited half $1 million to another country. Someone with someone that's a Methuselah to be a president of the country. Nobody respects our president. Nobody. Nobody gives a fuck about a Nigerian because your president has no value in the leadership system in the world, and that's the truth. Nobody fears you because nobody fears your leader. You cannot mess with an American; they will come for you, irrespective of what. Look at that guy that's unalive this young black girl in Tanzania. There's this African American girl. The news went viral. Nothing was done because what is an American? They will come for you, irrespective of the crime. They will come for you. So when I say that, look at what happened in SA. A young man, an Igbo man, was killed like this. Broad daylight. We saw the videos. You know why that happened? Because South African know that there is no repercussion for killing a Nigerian. The Nigerian government won't save you. I can tell you what I saw. Do you know the number of our girls in Dubai that are being shit upon by these dirty Arabs? Do you know what I see? And I'm telling you facts. You're telling me that I'm pushing it. It just, to me, these are insane. These are facts, forefathers. We are going through hell outside. I lived in the Middle East. I went to Yemen. I was in Qatar, Saudi Arabia. I know what I saw. Our guys are going through shit there. Nobody can save them. No one respects your president. When your president speaks, no one gives a fuck. They don't care. Your life is as useless. And people can use that in Nigeria on the streets because they know nobody will sue them for it. Nobody will pay them a price. I dare you to mess with a finish like that. I dare you, forefathers, mess with a German like that. Irrespective of the crime the German has committed, they will come for you. They know what it means to kind of protect their own people. In Nigerians, our life are like flies. So when I'm saying this thing, I'm speaking of, I did it for 5 years, half a decade. I know what I saw. Our young girls are being run through by Pakistanis and Nepalese and Bangladesh people and dirty Indians. I'm saying facts. So purely, no ordinary Nigerian deserve what we are going through. You cannot blame somebody in the plane. You cannot blame a boss, or someone in a bus for being responsible for the bus crashing. No, it's the driver. When the driver hijack a bus and the bus crashes, you don't blame me in the bus. Don't blame me in the bus. I might have been there by any chance. But we are in a deep mess, and until we know that leadership is everything in Nigeria, that's the truth. Look at the US for example. Look at the things going on in the world with Trump. You can't say a word because why? It is Trump. It's the US. You fear the US. You are so scared of the US. You can't say shit. You are so scared. Even your president can't say a word. They just cancelled visa. Avenues in 30 to 50 in the world, countries in the world right now. Tell me an African country that can say fuck you, the US. They can't because they are scared of the repercussion. That's what happens.
So, Seweka, a quick question for you. I get you, but will you really blame the president of Nigeria for the crimes Nigeria are committing in abroad? Even before now, don't forget, this has been happening for the past over 20 years.
I know where you're going.
Sorry, let me finish.
I know where you're going. I can tell you, Nigerians are not, hold on. Nigerians are not the most criminal in the world. We are not even near.
Right.
But you know why people push us everywhere? Because they know we can touch it on these people. There's no repercussion. We don't even commit crime.
Okay,
apart from that,
hold on. Let's stop there because he has come full circle.
He's turning me off.
2 seconds. When the Osh Papi case happened, the major guy is not even a Nigerian. Other people was working for another guy. It was an Indian guy. Where is the guy today? But who is being pushed up and down? Osh Papi. Because why? He's a Nigerian. He's a fucking Nigerian. Nobody cares about the
hold on. Let me say this is what it bothers me sometimes. Do you know what you just did? First, you thought I was disagreeing. I was trying to say what you said was false. That's not what I was saying. Then, secondly, you went around to explain some of the issues and landed on leadership as the issue why Nigerians can be maligned more than other countries, even if other countries commit more crimes. So in other words, you are raising the same concerns that I'm raising, that our people are getting maligned unfairly, and none of us are doing anything about it.
You were trying to tell me that I'm pushing a narrative. I wasn't pushing a narrative. No. This is a fact. I'm telling you from my lived experience.
I'm not saying you are pushing. I'm saying that if you carry on saying like the way you are, because you can't have it both ways. 1 minute you are saying we are kind of unfairly maligned, then at the same time you are saying we deserve that reputation. They are
I never said we deserve it. I literally gave an what's it called?
Yeah, but when I try to say that we have to
an allusion here,
why are you fighting me?
Listening is important. I made an allusion here to a bus. I'm a passenger in the bus, and the bus gets crashed. You don't blame me as a passenger. I made an allusion to that. But I'm saying,
I understand that. But
I'm saying effectively so that you're listening, obviously. But
you're fighting me for no reason.
I don't
technically, we are on the same side. Well, you are thinking that I'm trying to excuse the fact that Nigerians are committing crimes. I'm just saying that the flack we get for it is undeserved. It's not as high as other people are doing it, and some of them are getting away with it because their leadership and their people are doing something about it. They are not allowing people to malign them and get away with it. Because if factually we commit 10 crimes and an Indian guy commits 20 crimes and a Chinese will commit 50, then we internalize and say we broadcast it and accept that we commit crime while they sanitize their own. Is that not a problem for us?
There's something happening right now in Benin. You are here in Benin, AY. There's a group of Lebanese in Benin right now mining some natural stuff there, and the way
all over the country,
and the way they are treating Nigerians. Forefathers, if you go there, your eye will turn you. You will think you are in one Libya slave plantation in Benin. Lebanese in Benin.
You are singing to the choir.
Wait, I'm going somewhere.
This is our problem.
The only way we can have a conversation is when you listen to understand. That's the truth. I'm giving you practical examples, right? But you know why the Nigerian government can't do shit to them? They're fucking Lebanese. Try it.
They are nice.
I'm saying that we are also we commit heinous crimes too, bruv. We do stuff.
Yeah.
We're not saints. And we are evenly distributed all over the world. A friend of mine traveled to Siberia, one of the coldest parts. It's a Nigerian has a whole family there.
Mm. But it's not in prison in Siberia. So I don't know why you're going on. It's not exactly in prison in Siberia.
I'm just giving you that we are everywhere.
No, Nigeria, they are everywhere. We are
everywhere, bruv. This is the reality we must face. People do not migrate from Nigeria. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, I'm done. Yeah,
I saw a video that said Nigeria seems to be even like synonymous with Africa now, or to an extent even more popular than Africa, because when you mention Nigeria, they tend to pick up, or you mention Africa, the first thing they think about is Nigeria. And I can understand that, but my own point of view is that those are absolute statements that guy was making. Anybody that hears it, they will think Nigeria is the worst, most corrupt country, the most criminal people in the world, and that is not fair.
You know, again,
innocent Nigerians that don't have that don't do those things, and we
calm down.
Allow those things to be happening. It's not right.
It's like what you said earlier. I heard you. I wasn't on at the time. You spoke about the news and the good news and bad news, or good spectacle or bad spectacle. You said that all spectacles are good because they call up the nation or call up the positivity about something. And you are right. All news is not bad news. The fact of the matter is, exposure is very important. And I can tell you, as an old boy, that in my youth, Nigeria wasn't the first nation thought of when speaking about Africa. No. But today that's changed. And it more remarks the size of Nigeria in comparison to any other African nation. You see, it's all about our perception, forefather, and how we now use the information we have. Because you can be looked upon as being a bad country, and there are many people that will do that. But I actually remember and recall the time that Nigeria's name was growing through the music, through things I didn't even necessarily appreciate. The film, the exposure, our culture, what kind of people we were, the parenting that we received, all these things has come out. And as they have come out, the rest of the world has had a way of looking upon us. And much of the way they look upon us is not the way you see it. I mean, from other people, especially our own Oyinbo, who don't know or who didn't know. They have a different appreciation of who we are, one, and how different we are from the rest of Africa, from the rest of the black world. So whilst we do bad things, and the bad things are embarrassing, I know where you're coming from. Someone like our mothers who aren't criminals, why should they be suffering this name of criminality? I understand and get what you're saying. But we who are exposed, we're supposed to know what we do with this kind of information. The fact of the matter is, because we are so disorganized, all we have is emotion. And emotion doesn't take us anywhere.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. To be accurately emotive, to be intelligently emotional, is very, very instrumental to get that root. It's not easy. You have to go through years of understanding. But to just react, you must understand that you're not holding on for the information to land thoroughly, so you know what it is you're doing in your reaction. But many times I can see that we are just reactive. We're not able to consolidate our thoughts before we react. And I need that to be part of our conversation. Because wait, I would land like this. What do they call it? The little understandings that we need to take on board. I understand their importance. The nuances, I understand their importance. However, on this platform, we who are coming to speak publicly, I think we need almost to offer the answer to a lot of our audience in terms of how we react to certain things. I'll land there. Thank you.
Yeah, AY, what do you make of the submission from both of them now? Where has it landed? Because it seems to, for me, in my mind, it seems to have come full circle.
Huh? It seems what?
It seems to have come full circle in my mind anyway.
Yeah, but first of all, what Oseweka was saying, sincerely, this is the truth. I love my country. I love Nigeria, no doubt. I would take my country for any citizenship. But sometimes I get really worried. I've seen things. I don't want to just measure some things here, to be honest. I see situation where I'm at the border, border agency. They asking me like, oh, you are Nigeria. Oh, do you know this Nigeria used to commit fraud, Nigeria priest? I'm telling you, we joking about it. I'm just laughing, looking up like, yeah, you know, I'm like, Nigeria are good people, it's just few percentage. So when you are discussing this issue, you have to discuss them based on, if for me, if I'm explaining it to somebody, I will tell you, listen, there are a lot of good Nigeria. We have a lot of good professionals. We have doctors, engineers. We have professionals everywhere, IT, doing great things in all these countries as well. But it's just that we are not speaking enough about this. They attribute the bad things to us. Sometimes you see this kind of situation. This is the best way to defend it. I know of a situation in Canada where I was working with, when I was a student there long ago, I was working with a lot of African people from different African countries. Bro, I used to be very emotional. When people want to talk down, I'm like, what are you talking about? They get close to you. By the time they were telling me the kind of crime Nigerians are committing in African countries, I was blown away. That's why that day, when we were having discussion about the Ethiopia, when the foreign minister went to Ethiopia, that list you saw, 130 something, over 90% was drug-related offense. Go and fact check me. So it's not only in that country. It's in Africa country you see them. What is okay? You see Nigeria. Okay, for example, in Saudi Arabia, if you are caught with drugs, you are gone. They will make attempt to do it. In Malaysia, if you know how Nigeria did, let's just keep quiet. But here is it. I would say like we have a lot of good. I also know a lot of good Nigerians, a lot that even if I give my dollars, I say keep it for me, I will come and meet it tomorrow. There are a lot of good Nigeria. This is the truth, but we have a lot of bad ones too. So yeah, we can talk about the government. What I think we should do is more like we need to console ourselves. For me, sincerely, my own principle, there are people watching this show that knows me. If I know you are involved in crime, you can't be my friend. You can't come to my house. I don't care who you are. Do your thing. Don't come near me. I don't want you around me. So this is my whole principle. But these things are going on. Nigeria are doing too much. Again, let's not like cast ourselves too much, but hopefully, you know, they need to also calm down because they cause a lot of problem for the younger ones.
No, they need to also calm down. That is definitely true, all right. This is what I think to deal with that. We need to.
You notice how Seweka was emotional about it. Sincerely, that's the.
Hold on. Okay, there's another angle. There's another angle. I understand. I will come with that. I think what the Seweka shared. I think maybe I kind of wasn't paying attention how emotive it was for him because I think
because it's first-hand experience.
Anecdotal experience like that, you don't just generally. But my head was on you know, let's keep it objective. So there's another angle to this. You know, when they say Nigerians are thoroughly corrupt, it's like if we are so thoroughly corrupt, why is it that South Africa has more drug and related issues than Nigeria?
Corruption is not only drugs, no, forefather.
Are you going to let me finish all the other areas?
Go ahead.
Yeah. If you are so thoroughly corrupt, why is this thing weapons not all over the place? Arms just being sold on the street, like in some parts of this is South Africa or this thing America. Why is it that our population density is way lower than that of this is South Africa? On so many matrices in terms of war criminal, even death rate from criminal activity. I included Boko Haram ones. South Africa one is still higher.
Yeah, South Africa is higher.
So how are we so corrupt? But we are
because
I will tell you why.
It's a fair question, but it's a simple answer. You see, in southern Nigeria, and I say that purposely, we're not murderers. Generally, it's not that there aren't murderers amongst us, but generally, our people are not killers.
Our corruption is
our
money.
people have criminality in their veins because of the way we live, and our criminality is particular. It's particular, focused on money.
Money.
We want money, but we don't necessarily want
Corruption
to.
breeds decay.
Okay,
Decay
No, you're right. You're right. I'm not
Forefather,
arguing with that. I'm not saying we're not corrupt.
Forefather, you are right. Our corruption revolves around money, from the government to the people, even within the family. So our corruption revolves around money.
No corruption, criminality.
Hold on. Listen.
But it leads to decay that results in violence and heinous murders.
No, Forefather, let me tell you this. Look at it. You will see even that thing we're talking about now, like white powder. You will see Nigeria selling it. They don't take it. They get money out of it. So when you start taking it, that is when you get involved.
Yeah, why we the worst corrupt people then? You see, this is the thing. we are so corrupt, but we know enough not to take the drugs.
Why are you crying? It's too late for tears.
I'm not crying. I'm just saying. If you say certain things, then except corruption means nothing then.
Let me say this one last thing.
So-called corrupt people don't have such violent records, don't have such criminality record as much as
we are defining the corruption for you, what Nigeria are doing. So let me tell you, the Nigeria, like in Nigeria, the government, the people, Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. Don't bend it. In every ministry, every government office, every institution, Nigeria is deeply corrupt. Period.
I will second that before show comment. Forefathers, your chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, remember, these guys stole $20,000 plus in the US. He ran away from the US to Syria. Your chief of staff.
From a client.
Your the current chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, he stole it. He had to pay. You see what I'm saying? So when you have a system where everyone that is managing your affairs are terrible people.
It's deeper than that, sir. You know, in Nigeria, where nothing works, corruption is the only thing that works. Yeah. That's where it is. That's where you're beginning from.
That is cynicism talking there. See,
No, you can say that, but bruh, if you're going if I give you wait. If I gave you £1 million right now, and I told you a route in Nigeria that is plain, where you can double, treble your money, and then I told you a route that was corrupt, where you could actually quadruple times 10 your money, my brother, you know, that's the aspect that Nigerians are the country that we're in. Which route do we take? And many are taking the route of corruption. Why? Because it works. It works. You see, there's
I'm not arguing why people go into corruption. I'm arguing why we think, just when people say Nigeria is the most corrupt country, and the people that are using them, because that guy is often in the side of South Africans, while he's doing that, he's not calling out South Africans for all the data that indicate that their society is also terrible.
He's speaking for Nigeria now. He's not speaking for South Africa.
No, he's not. He's not a Nigerian.
He's a Nigerian. He was a Nigerian that was saying all that thing.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the one that is presenting the show. Because
don't worry about him. That's
what I'm talking about. The Nigerian that is presenting the show, in a way, the reason why I support him is for him to force Nigerians to think. That's why I support him, not because I think what he's saying is factual. That's the Bantu City Diaries guy. But this other guy is deliberately using it to malign Nigeria. He does it all the time to malign Nigerian image. While in South Africa, most of the metrics that he's using to measure Nigeria is actually worse. What does that tell you? Even if a society has these negative metrics as South Africa does, but because the structures have already been put in place and still maintained, the society is still functional. What does that say about corruption? Is it that decisive?
Forefathers.
Outcomes.
That's a huge fallacy there. That's a huge fallacy of two Kokwe, you two. Someone is talking about what our existential problem, and you're saying now about South Africa too. Yeah, no, that's a fallacy. You don't talk like that.
What
This is
aboutism?
our truth. Exactly. Two Kokwe. What about them? No, we have a problem. Yes or no? Yes. That is our reality. But why are we so scared of our truth as Nigerians? We are so scared of our truth. We don't like it. We have a whole governor in Nigeria that cannot read a statement effectively in 2026. 5G generation. He can't. He can't pronounce 3 million naira. And we have people that will come and say that we don't, that is not what we need. What we need is that is it building flyover? Yes, they are good. That is the ripple effect. Then when you talk, they will say, how about SA2? They have draw case too. Is that
Now
the case? Or this was the
statistics
case?
we got chop.
See, what aboutism is actually quite a useful diversionary tactics if you want to.
So you know yourself.
But it's not what aboutism in this case, because I'm actually comparing specific metrics that they were saying Nigeria is corrupt from top to bottom. And when I look at it, and because I also know I've had experience in Nigeria whereby an item that I was bringing from the UK was seized, and even a former customs controller general couldn't get it out. So people pretend as if Nigeria is totally down. Yeah, it's totally down if you have huge amount of money. But at some level, at some point, it doesn't work if you don't have enough money. The law will take its course. And we pretend as if it's zero. There's no law in Nigeria. It's a lie. It's a fallacy. And this is kind of stuff. And that's why sometimes this our conversation is actually useful to have. So that we actually measure where the stuff really lies.
Okay. Now, is it that you want to boast of that Nigeria is not a lawless country as we all know it to be? Do you want to say that Nigeria is a lawless country, bro? It's a lawless country. Now, wait. Hey, wait. Why I'm saying this is not because that there are no laws, but the laws are not effective in the country. And the laws are made less leaders. And what that does to the minds of the people is to say, why would I follow this rule when he upstairs is not following the rules? Let me just go the other way, Joe, and get on with my life. Because I've got things to do. I've got mouths to feed. The way you're taking this, unfortunately, it's almost as though with your love that you have for Nigeria, you are putting it somewhere else where you wish something entirely different can happen. Without wishing,
Forefathers does not love Nigeria. Forefathers dislike Nigeria.
I'm actually trying to be objective about it.
No, that is not objectivity.
You're not allowing me.
You are being kind of. You are going with the narrative. You don't want to hear that Nigeria is corrupt to this point, not absolute. You don't want to hear that Nigeria is corrupt to this point, not absolute. You just want to believe that Nigeria is totally corrupt.
Let me tell you what love
Why do you want to believe that?
I can only say
we're arguing over nothing, forefathers. If we agree that Nigeria is a lawless country to the large extent, we don't want it to be completely lawless. What we're arguing about? Wait. What we are arguing about is is time. What we're actually arguing about is time between where we are now, however you may see it, and how long it is before we get to the point of completion of that negativity, of that corruptive forces that are feeding into the country. So is that a calamity that you're waiting for, that we will reach that point before we make an adjustment? Because for me, I don't believe in a lot of the rhetoric that comes out that says that we can't save ourselves. But that is the main rhetoric coming out of Nigeria and Nigerians.
Yeah,
nobody believes.
This is what they are sold. They are sold that there is no hope. The country is completely down. The country is totally corrupt. The country is all criminals. this is the narrative that is being sold out there.
I believe.
Do you now take that forefather as a warning, or do you just take it as an insult? Because to be insulted is not good enough.
I don't think it as both, actually. I think it as,
we are not saying everyone.
Misplaced.
I take it more as a challenge.
Forefather, I understand your
I take it more as
position.
a challenge because, forefathers, you have 20 million children out of school in your country. 20 million. In fact, you have the highest number of children out of school in the world. UNESCO said that, not me.
I think probably
in the world. 20 million, bruv. That's a whole country.
20
million children, bruv. That's a whole generation out of school.
They're going to take over your country, so keep saying that.
Did you
don't have any problem with that, too.
Did you know what that means? We have a country in the world, it's just 5 million. More than 2 countries combined, 20 million out of school. You know,
those things don't alarm me too much.
You have a governor in your country that stole money from the state treasury and paid 10 years for his children in advance. EFCC posted him wanted. He was busy exercising on his treadmill, telling you, what can you do to me? What can you do to me? Focus. You do nothing. This guy still came back.
That guy is
this guy still
around
came back and still bought a ticket for another political office. This guy was
so challenging. A convict is running the White House right now. You see
the same whataboutism.
Whataboutism. Let's get back. No, because you are doing anecdotal when you should be dealing with the overall.
That is not the issue. You see, I'm giving you instances that this thing.
Yeah, but that is not what we should be talking about.
No, it stands. It stands. Anecdotal news. You see, forefathers. Let's be serious.
That's not my point.
Let's be serious, forefather.
At the systemic level, I'm not looking at on individual cases.
No, this is how it works, forefather. When news comes out about a certain situation that concerns us as Nigerians, we can then look into our own experiences in terms of family, friends, or whatever, where these things can be confirmed and factual.
Yeah.
Now, just like our brother now, who spent time in Sharjah, I have a cousin. He's from the village. He's not from the affluent side of the family, let's say. He's, I won't say he's lazy, but he has alternative ways of seeing how his own personal economy works. Anyway, because of his penury, our sister bought him a ticket to Dubai to go and find his feet there. He went there, he didn't like it. He had an apartment and everything, or they really furnished him to begin. Where he ended up was what our brother Esewekan is talking about, sleeping in the street before he had to get the head out of there. These are factual things that if we check within our own local societies, we will find out that there are people suffering from this very aspect that they're speaking about on the news. So all this defection that you're having, or all this paranoia about we as Nigerians should, brother, come on, man. We are strong.
You're not listening.
Let me tell you this, Forefather. All Nigeria, first of all, they are not criminal. We have a lot of good Nigeria. Oseweka might be criticizing, but you know what you say, a lot of them are true, but it's a bit political. We kick his favorite out of office in Edo, so he doesn't like the governor. So that one is one. So Oseweka has his own biases when it comes to the political terrain in Nigeria. So you have to be careful what you take from him. But what he said about Nigeria abroad, I agree with him 100%. But we don't have to be emotional about it. Sincerely, I used to be emotional. What's this person talking about? Why do you hate Nigeria? Bro, I have to switch. I have to change. I'm telling you the truth. Now, if I meet anyone, he's telling me Nigeria did this in my career, I just tell them, listen, they know we have a lot of good Nigerians. If you go to Canada, go to remote areas, you will hardly see an hospital where you don't have Nigerian doctor. In America,
they know that, but when you go to hospital, they harass you. When you go to airport, they harass you.
Hospitals. Is it engineers? Is it IT guys? We have Nigeria doing great stuff all over the world. This is what I know too. Nurses, nurse practitioners, we have them. But this few percent, Nigeria, we have number, right?
When we say few, I would even accept significant perspective, 10% of our population are criminals. I can accept that. I'm not defending that.
Let's say Nigeria abroad, the population is say 10 million, for example. If you have less than even 10% involving crime, you already think it's everyone. This is what's going on. So
that's a large percentage.
Yeah, it's real. We should not even. I would prefer somebody can give me solution. How can we?
This is exactly why we never deal with the issue, because we keep looking at. Let me try to state this clearly. We keep looking at the nature of our criminality, when we also acknowledge that other people are also criminal, but they don't get the same flack. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that we are not criminal. Okay, our people don't commit heinous crimes, and a lot of them don't do it. I'm saying that why is it that we become like we make it part of us, like we accept that this is what we are, while other people don't? Other people, they sanitize their image enough for them not to be associated with it at all, or is it because their country is well off, that's why they don't go through that? Because clearly Mexicans are horrible in terms of criminality. A lot of East Africans were horrible in terms of criminality in Europe, but you don't see them completely being associated with criminality. We support it ourselves. We say, yeah, we are criminals on top of it.
There are many reasons for this.
Okay.
One of the reasons is population. 200 million to 50 million, call it whatever you want to call it. I think the second most populous country in Africa is Ethiopia with about 120 million. Then I think Egypt about 110 or thereabout. So if 10% of these countries, these three countries, commit a crime, for Nigeria, that's 20 million. The next person will be, 10, 12 million. Then the next person will be, so our size does not help in that, in that sense. That's one way of looking at it. Another way, and to even backtrack, the reason why I didn't get myself involved in the last 45 minutes or thereabout is because I think I know what Fafada is trying to establish, and I didn't think he warranted the three of you even engaging. I won't say semantics. Fofadas is trying to nitpick. So what he's trying to establish is don't say Nigerians are corrupt. Say majority Nigerians are corrupt. And that's what you've argued for the last 45 minutes, essentially, which I don't think deserved that length of argument. He's trying to say, oh, how dare you say every Nigerian is corrupt? And you've all agreed with him in the end that, oh, we know it's not all Nigerians. And that's what you've argued. So you could have just agreed with him and say, we know it's not every Nigerian, majority Nigerians, full stop. Or few Nigerians, full stop, whatever. So his argument is the absolute. He mentioned the word absolute a few times. So he's trying to establish the fact that the way that guy spoke on YouTube, he was just saying, he said nobody wants to go to Nigeria. Which you know that, like someone, I think it was Osaweken who said, it's exaggeration. How can you say nobody wants to go to Nigeria? Any airport in the world, there are flights to Nigeria every day. So it's a stupid thing to say, or inaccurate. It's inaccurate to say nobody wants to go to Nigeria. But that guy said it out of exaggeration. He's a content creator. At best, he's trying to make money off YouTube. At worst, he's being sponsored. So when people like that speak, like Rudolph would always say, you would hope that there will be counter arguments, counter videos to say, based on what this guy said. So a South African has decided to react to it. And that guy reacting to it is also cashing in. So this is where, and for fathers, I know I do this a lot and you might not like it. This is where somebody like you, because of the passion you have and your eloquence when it comes to things like this, you can react to such videos, the ones you don't like, and, dispassionately counter them. And so the guys in the middle criticizing Nigeria, the South African guy latching onto it, making money, and he doesn't like Nigeria anyway. And you pro-Nigeria can react to such video and say, oh, these are the statistics, these are the numbers. And that might be a thing that you might do when you have the time. I'm not saying, make it your job. But when you have the time, you see something, it really annoys you, do a video to counter it. And people will learn that way. As opposed to argue with Jago and Oseweken and they will drag it to everybody.
To be fair, I've reacted to Bantu City there. Most of the time, he actually saw the points that I'm making, some of the areas he never actually saw.
Okay. I didn't even know that was a thing.
To add, that's why I said, to an extent, I understand where he's coming from, why he's doing what he's doing. He knows what he's saying is not 100% factual. But You see, just to show that there's some aspects that you are not picking up on, there are aspects of data that doesn't support the narrative that we have accepted.
Of course, it's
not that I'm saying that, or because you are saying that my argument was it's not absolute.
But you are correct.
It's not absolute. But it goes beyond that.
You are correct that it is not absolute.
Data that is not accurate at all.
I agree with you.
Sorry. It's not about absolute now. It's also about being factual. Like sometimes they will say, "Oh, Nigerians are the biggest criminals in the world, spread all over the world." When in reality, there are other countries that are more than that. So that is that factual statement that is not accurate.
I agree with you, but I said there are many factors that affect our reputation. So AY said something, and he was quoting our former prime minister. Forefathers, you will know this. He said, "Fantastically corrupt." That carried weight when it was spoken. Jagun will know who said this. Forefathers, you should know who said it. David Cameron said this, and it was caught on hot mic. He did not know his mic was on. I think he was speaking to the former Archbishop of Canterbury. It was
in the Queen's Palace, in Buckingham Palace of all places.
He said Nigeria is a fantastically corrupt country. David Cameron.
Do you know what he meant by that? Do you know what he meant by that?
I mean, evil, but
he deals with our leaders. He knows more than you and I would even know.
Yeah, he meant Nigeria is very beautiful.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that statement is true, but I'm saying words like that traveled far. Every news outlet in the world carried it. Do you understand? So that has gone before us, and you now see our leaders, and that's why, going back to my point, one act from one of our leaders would drag us for days. There's not much you and I can do. There's very little we can do to claw it back, to redeem ourselves, because you will see our leaders. They're the ones with houses there, houses here. See, I tell people in the UK there's corruption. There's corruption, but when their corruption happens, you would see that the people would benefit somehow from the corruption. So the corruption scandal, the big one that happened recently or a while ago, was the PPE scandal. What were they trying to do? They bought PPE during COVID. They bought too much. They awarded it to companies that were founded days before they were awarded the contract. But the fact remains, they bought the PPE. It was corrupt. It was investigated. It was found out. In Nigeria, you won't see the PPE. They won't buy anything. They will just award the money.
There were some of them they didn't build, or they were looking to build a hub or something. They didn't even do that one. That one went away.
So things like that would happen. So their corruption, when they do it, most of the time, there will be little for the people, or majority of it will be for the people. They will take some of it. But when you see things like Better Edu in Nigeria, can you tell me what's happened to that lady? The money that was stolen.
No, not one. She got away with it now.
So these are the things that people would see, and they will just run with the narrative to say, "Oh, that country is corrupt." Because by the time you can finger 75% of the leadership of the country has a criminal case, active criminal case. So people will just generalize and exaggerate and say, "Burn that country." It's corrupt. So when it's loose talk, it's not like there's data to back it. It's not like people have figures, but it's just like, I mean, look at Tinubu, 450 or 460,000 in the 80s, forfeited, drug-related case. Femi Gbajabiamila rightly said, as a lawyer, this guy was disbarred from the US. He was practicing law in the US. You took your client's money, 20K, and ran away with it. The Ogun State governor, the guy that published Ogun State's governor's mugshot, they locked the guy up in Ogun State. A journalist published the mugshot. So you look at everywhere you turn, criminal cases. Akpabio had cases with EFCC. Then he said he had arrhythmia. You know, when your heart doesn't beat regularly. He said he had arrhythmia, couldn't attend the EFCC. What was his reward? Became number 3 citizen of the country. We can go on and on and on and on. So when you look at a country like that, and people say, you know what, just drop it and just bin it. It's a cesspool of corruption. It doesn't mean you and I are corrupt. And that's why when Ovie was saying everybody is corrupt, I'm not sure if you watched the episode, I said, Ovie, I'm not corrupt. Don't lump all of us. And that's why I said individuals can exonerate themselves. But when it comes to your country, my brother, you go explain tire, as they say. When it comes to the defendant,
I will explain. See, you are missing the point.
Keep explaining.
Keep missing the point. See,
you see,
with the data about
brother, you joined our argument, the three of us. You can't try to make 4 now. You think that you can stop forefather?
No, you
Make
can't.
it
You can't because you're all missing the point because you have all been conditioned to think one way. See,
Oh dear.
you have been conditioned to think one way. Don't worry, you are going to see. You're going to see clearly. What
You
I'm going to
can't
do
save
is
this
that
man. You
if I
can't
have
save
time, what
forefathers.
I'm going to do is I'm going to make a short video about it so that I will share the data so it will be more objective. Because some of all these things is if like the way that Bantu City Diary does it in such a way that you can see clearly what he's saying. Because sometimes when we say, "Oh, Nigeria is not as corrupt as you are thinking I'm trying to defend whether we are corrupt." No, I'm just trying to put it on the board and say, okay, look at all these nations and look at how they're all behaving, and Nigeria is one of them. But Nigeria has certain things that is doing better than some of all the other nations that we like to say that they are not corrupt at all. Why is that the case? Why is it that those countries that we say that they're not that don't as corrupt are doing better than those
Can I offer an answer?
areas?
Just
No,
one
no,
thing.
no.
This Bantu Diary guy, does he compare Nigeria with other people? Does he just talk about Nigeria?
He
Has he
compares.
said any?
Compares a
Oh,
lot.
really?
Yeah, he compares.
Because I don't
He
follow
talks
him.
about
I
how
don't
we the other day we was even saying that we perform better with Oyibo people's supervision and all the rest. So, in terms of when I because when they accuse Nigeria of something, what I tend to do is that, okay, I'll say, okay, is this true? Because sometimes I want to start from scratch. Because what I hear from many Nigerians,
who speaks Yoruba here? Nobody.
It
You
kills
know, there's
me.
a Yoruba saying that if they call you thief, because English won't do it justice, even this speaking. If they call you thief, if then they accuse you, say you be thief, you say no, they carry goats picking. No, they carry them, like baby. So basically, in the neighborhood, they say, this guy the thief with the thief. They can't they see you with kid like baby goat. You can't they carry them holding it dearly. Who holds a baby goat apart from the fact that you want to steal it? You
don't make it look suspicious.
Do you understand?
Don't look suspicious, in other words.
So that's it. So when they say Nigeria is corrupt, and people anybody, if they say, oh, somebody that's been dead for the last 200 years, wakes up today and they say Nigeria is corrupt, and it's like, oh, okay, let me check. They tell him about Google and he types it. When he starts everything that they will reel out, I'm not saying it's true. There's a reputation that they've created for us and we've supported unconsciously.
That's right.
In most cases. But what I'm saying is, if they now put it to test, forefather, we won't come out in smelling like roses.
If I say America is corrupt, and they will not come out smelling of roses. But that's my point. It's not objective. It's more emotive. We accepted it because of conditioning too much. Not that we are not corrupt, but we've gone way beyond. Like now, I can tell you that when I went to Nigeria, I don't know how many situations where I was forced to be corrupt. That they will even try to make me corrupt.
What about this?
Any of the system. While I went to Nigeria throughout a month, nobody told me, "Oh, let me compromise the system. Give me this money, so I compromise them." Not one.
Okay, that's good. That's a good thing. Let me bring this into it. Do we believe that Nigeria is organized corruption from outside the country? Do you believe that Nigeria has something written in somebody's clause in one cabinet somewhere that it shall not be allowed to develop? And in this, or from this, becomes a narrative is created, derogatorily about our nations, and our nation therefore is giving our nation's progress some kind of hindrance. Because I think we kind of have to understand that Nigeria is a serious country. We all know this, that Nigeria is a country with immense power, immense opportunity. And with this, to encourage it to progress for many institutions, many nations in this world, is to cut their nose off to spite their face for the way they see things. Now, if we bring this in, it should help us to balance these equations, because I believe that we're all on the same side in this argument. But I also believe that we are looking at it in a way that progresses the narrative. as opposed to looking at where the advantage. You know, there's judo in this world, and judo is to use the other person's force against himself. And this is something that it seems that in the negotiation skills that we have in this world and things that are brought to bear within our own individual industries about how we tackle matters, especially contract matters, there are ways of negotiation. And everything we negotiate every single day, everything. We don't know the amount of complex mind shuffling that goes on during any day that we now have to use negotiation skills to move on, to just get on so we're not stuck in that same position in our day. You know, when we have a bad day, normally it's ruined emotionally, any other thing, because we became stuck somehow. Somebody blocked our way forward. Something happened which made us make a big detour, taking away time from our day. Now, these are matters that happen right across the board. I've been in boardrooms, and I can see who knows how to negotiate and who doesn't. And I know where to make my focus within that boardroom. I can see that Africans generally have negotiated poorly about the policies internationally that matter to ourselves. We've negotiated very poorly. And I believe also that sometimes I listen to people just talking by themselves. And in listening to them, there's a route that if I came in, because I'm listening from the outside, that I can make their communication a lot easier. But their communication is stuck on ignorance and not really wanting to negotiate. So they're stuck outside of the negotiation. It's like what we used to say, having a meeting about a meeting is pointless. It's pointless. I don't want to have a meeting about a meeting. I want to have a meeting.
How do you know? It's possible that it might be.
No. You see, that's where again, that's where negotiation has gone wrong. When you have a meeting, when you're having a meeting about a meeting, you're actually talking about the fact that you didn't say what you're supposed to say in the meeting.
Yes.
You're talking about your bad negotiation skills. You see,
or adjournment.
You know, I'm saying these things for real reasons. You know,
makes sense. You know,
pardon?
People courts adjourn cases all the time. They are basically having a session to have another session. So that is not new. So I think that is a natural.
Well, that's why courts work differently from business, work differently from government. You know, and then works differently from the people themselves. However,
let me share this quickly.
All is negotiation. All is negotiation.
Share the link.
Who is that now? Who wants to come in? I want to round up. It's 4 hours. So, see, let me share this. You know, show. I checked. Look at that. Look at the Antioch guy. See, I shared this. I checked in the UK. I said, list the top number of foreign prisoners in the UK. It turns out that Albania, Polish, Romanian, Irish, Lithuanian, Jamaican, Indian, Pakistani, and Iraq. And all these countries, I think almost, apart from Indians, almost the rest of them put together, Nigerians outnumber them. Almost all of them put together, Nigerians outnumber the rest. If you take India out of that list.
Meaning what? Meaning
that if you put the Albanians in the UK, the Polish people in the UK, the population of these people in the UK, Nigerians outnumber them, and yet they rank higher in prisoner numbers in UK prisons.
But the question is, do we have Nigerians in the UK that are in prison or not?
But how do you read that? My brother, forefather. Wait, guys. I need to ask you a question, forefathers. How do you read that statistic now? Where is it positive? Where is it negative? How do you see that stats?
How I see it is that in the UK, even if we have a large number of Nigerian population, we don't have that much of a high number of prisoners in the UK compared to.
You know, I don't read that stats the same way you do.
Okay,
What I have read in that stats is that those like the Polish, the Ukrainians, the Slovakians, and whoever are outnumbering us in prison in this country. It tells me of their seriousness and organization within going to another man's country. They are going to another man's country and they are working as Polish people. However, they are doing hardcore criminality at the same time. Why? Because they know what they're doing. They know it's almost like they have a plan. I don't say that they have a plan, but it's almost like they do. But what I do know is that this is what happens all over the world. All over the world, criminality pays. That talk where they say that.
You are confusing me. You guys are confusing me too much. What is this now?
You are confused. The talk where they say
now we are not in prison is a problem. We are in prison is a problem.
No, you're not getting me. You're not getting me. You're not getting the industry or what it takes for a nation to make moves. When those people were coming to America, they came boatloaded from Italy, one country. There was hardly a boat that left Europe that wasn't some kind of monocultural. Or at least if they were coming from the Mediterranean, they'll pick up those in the Mediterranean and go. If they were coming from the English Channel and such, or the North Atlantic, they will go together via there. But when they landed within their communities and they began operations. And part of that operation was criminal. And if you don't understand that, then you're in big trouble. Because you know what? The Polish have come to this country. They have left in 15, 20 years within that time and gone back to Poland and built Poland's economy. And that's what's happening now. So these are facts. These are things that actually take place. It's not because you're emotive that anyone cares. Oh, why are so many Nigerians in prison? Poor us. And we're not even guilty. Shut up, you boy. We're doing men's game here. And if you get caught going to prison, so be it. If you get away with shit, so be it as well. But however it works, we are going to take advantage of our situation. And this is what you're not recognizing, sir.
Easy. You know, when you start getting like this, I don't know, man. You just start insulting people left or right.
No, I didn't insult you. I hope I didn't insult you. I didn't want to. I just wanted to make something very plain.
Oh, wow.
Welcome. Hello. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of this conversation? I don't know.
Hello, that's my darling. How you doing, darling?
I'm fine, my darling, babami.
Yes, ma. Easy.
Good evening. Hello, Fafada. Hello.
Welcome.
AY Show. And my other brother. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce your name.
Why is his name Ochewekan now? Very easy.
I'm used to it.
It's terrible that no one can pronounce my man's name.
My screen is so tiny, so I'm using my phone. Sorry.
Just say the guy from Lagos.
I'm sorry about that.
Call him the guy from Lagos.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be offensive to anyone. Okay, yeah. So
no,
I would make peace between all of you. So I'm not going to be a weapon fashioned against anybody here. So listening to you guys is nice, but I'm wondering if you guys are distracted. If Nigerians live online making noise, sometimes I wonder. The way it's like, you know, when you have a lot of I'm not saying Nigerians are like that, but when you have, you know, when you pack I want chicken adìẹ inside a cage like this and the space is too much, everybody is just struggling, fighting to breed, and there are people that put everyone there is just looking and laughing, you know, like yeah, this is what we'll eat today, something like that. You know, is we inside that net, regardless, all Nigerian citizens, you know, is like something is making us behave in a certain way. You know, there's an external stimuli, whichever it is, be it local or external, is kind of injecting something to us. It's like when they throw something here, everybody will look to the right. They will throw to the left. So we just living, online, shouting. But are we able to be quiet sometimes and read between the lines of what is happening with the world order, that things are changing very fast? very fast. Look at what's happening in Spain. Just see what's happening around the world. These people are fighting this and that. And some people from America are saying they're FBA. And things are happening. What is the future for African children, for Nigerian children? We need to think about ourselves.
We need to build our.
This Makwese guy, I see him sometimes talk about Nigeria. He has interest in Nigeria. Of course, we have voluminous in number. People will easily notice us. I said to someone, in a house where there are 10 Nigerians and you find one person from each of the African countries, and you do a probability of whatever, success, crime, but the volume speaks the number. The probability that Nigeria will fall in higher numbers is there. So I'm not going to use that kind of peripheral whatever to judge Nigeria. Nigeria is a big book that is deep. Until someone is inside that deep book of Nigeria, they don't understand what's going on. They can judge from outside, but if it is their country, perhaps the stand will be different, because the guy talking comes from a country that I don't even know. He never speaks about his country. He lives on the internet talking about other countries, but he never actually speak about his country the way Nigerians are so passionate to speak about our country. We are the ones that bring our cloth outside for people to use it to learn how to write books, how to open internet and gain views. Propaganda negative, propaganda positive, whichever way, is not supposed to be our business. We should focus more on the things that concerns average Nigeria and how we're going to get better, how we're going to fry that bigger fish that may swallow or make us. We have to be prepared for what's going to happen between now and 10 years time. I'm watching stuff online, seeing what is happening, and people that matter in the society, when they speak, you need to listen and try to understand, why do these people think this way? Why do they behave in certain way? They may not look like us. They may look like us. Elon Musk saying money won't matter in 10 years. What is he trying to say? And the World Economic Forum, imagine, is saying you will own nothing and be happy. What does that mean? Is it that this monopoly kind of thing all around, the big fishes, we keep getting fat over what? Where are they going to get their fatness from? Are we going to be skinned? Are we going to be those? They'll just come and eat us inside that net. Are we going to agree to be squashed inside that net for them to come and be eating us anyhow, any day, anytime? When one of them is hungry, they'll just come and say, I want this chicken eye, or plug down. It doesn't matter what kind of skin or color it has. They don't care.
Is that any much different from communism? You own nothing.
No, what
It's
the
deep.
subject that
Communism,
1 minute.
people
I've
own
not
everything.
finished.
the
I've not
importance
finished
of
before you
Okay,
guys will
let that.
start to throw ball up and
yes,
down. No, this
please,
one
because
is not
the
easy.
importance of what you are saying,
Because
my dear.
I'm tired of all this mouth punch this thing. I know sure it has gone now. It's our men. Sometimes when women come inside of me, sometimes the woman can use a woman can be used to point some of you in the right direction. You will not listen only when only you are talking. But when a
Don't
woman
go
talk,
there.
all of
Just
you will run
continue.
away. Sure, run away and now. Anyways, what I want to say is that I hear people say asking, demanding for land, and I stand my ground. Even if you like put toy on my head, I will still stand on it. I will not relinquish my throne easily like that, regardless. For the sins of my forefathers, I will not. You see, land is valuable. When they say money will not matter anymore, you will own nothing and be happy. Hold on to what you have. You invest in something around you. Say our land in Africa should never be sold to anybody going forward. People should maintain their lands. The areas that are not growing very well, they should find a way to make it, those deserts and stuff like that. Just replenish your soil, for agriculture, to feed your children. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Whatever that is in the ground, we should protect it. Nobody comes to take anything ever again. We should find a way to just leave it in the ground, and when we are ready, we'll do it ourselves, whichever way. Where we should value our land. We should stop anybody coming from abroad, because I'm hearing people coming to Africa buying acres of land. No one is living there. We don't know what. No one should sell any single land in Nigeria until we know why these people are saying that money will not matter in the next 10 years. We don't know what these people are planning. There is always a plan. See, AI is
I know
coming
what
now.
they're
We don't know.
planning.
We know why
So
now.
you
I
understand?
know why money will
Yeah.
not
So
You
matter.
guys
I'm
will
thinking.
allow her to
I'm
speak
not saying
now.
what you guys are discussing don't matter, but I'm saying what we have, we should hold it dear. Otherwise, we will lose it. We should value it because we don't know what we have, and that's why you see
It's a
someone
good
always
reminder.
crying.
Hello, a good reminder.
Always, someone is always crying. I want give us land, give us land, give us resources. What did they see? But we will say, let's give them because we offend them. No, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, please. I have children. I'm not going to sell my birthright. They don't
Yeah.
deserve. I'm not selling that. Please, we should. What we have, we should cherish it and protect it with our lives. No single land should be sold. What did they see in those lands? The future, you will own nothing and be happy.
Um,
That's why I've come on here.
I worry that I
And for
worry
all
for the
this crime,
future.
everyone is a potential criminal until court. So
At
whoever
least,
that is online talking,
at
and then
least
Sabi,
everything, madam, not
you are
just
not better holier than thou. So I know people commit crimes and stuff like this. You just that Makwase, whatever that guy, I watch him every time. All his posts he makes, he will
Yeah,
find a
that
way
guy,
to
innit?
mention Nigerians.
Yeah,
You know there are people that will have
he's
posts.
always digging at
You will know
Nigeria
that
all
these
the time,
people are
and I
all
feel like it's
biased.
a campaign
But
against
people
Nigeria. There's
that
something
don't
out.
actually know Nigeria, but they use us to catch crews online for pointers, for views and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Not giving balanced argument.
there's no repercussion now.
It's quite annoying because there was one of his program he watched, about Tyler. I watched him from
Yeah.
A to Z. He was giving instances what Nigerians are saying about Tyler, the crimes being committed in South Africa that made South Africa to behave like that. But he's only talking about illegal immigrants in South Africa, as if that is the reason why, because South Africans say illegal immigrants should go. That's why Nigerians say Tyler should not come, without him saying actually that if people say leave my country, you're illegal, they have that right, but they do not have a monopoly of violence to go and loot people's shop to pipe. He didn't lay those facts. He just take it on periphery. He took his camera down to South Africa to prove to everyone that South Africa is not xenophobic. He did not show those looting stuff. You will not easily see it, but he's biased. That's all I'm
Oh no,
saying.
he's very biased.
Sometimes
That's
people
for
should
sure.
watch someone
I didn't
carefully
even
when they are
know.
talking. Is this person talking with good intentions, or is like
That's
this
really
person
bad.
telling you they are
I've
criminals?
attacked him many
Me, I'm
times,
not
and
ashamed of who I am. I'm
I've
proudly Nigerian,
dispelled
and
his
I don't
nonsense many
represent the
times.
criminal
Oh,
Nigerian. I do
Fafana,
my
that same
best
guy.
not to be criminal, but it doesn't mean that
Yeah, this
people don't get
Zach guy,
tempted. So
not
it's left
the
for you to
Nigerian guy.
train your mindset to be good for yourself, not to prove to
He's a
anyone
former
on
boxer.
Makwase that you are not a criminal online, when his country is the most criminal on this planet. But other Africans hide their crimes. I know a country, I won't mention it, that they still eat human beings till today. In that village, it's a ghost town, but I never talk about it because it's none of my business. But they hide it. Such countries in Africa that are still munching on the nagij.
Cannibalism is not
I'm not
it's
sure I
not
want to
illegal.
find that one. But that said,
When
though,
they
this
hear Nigeria, all
idea,
of them will come out and start catching crews,
Let's
making
call
this
them
noise.
up.
I
idea
don't have time for them.
of
I just
human
want Nigeria
beings
to be better.
not
Let's
doing
protect what we
anything.
have and leverage it very well and wait for their Armageddon that is coming. Thank you.
Yeah, this idea of human beings not owning anything, I think it's almost an inevitability, because I fear
Papa,
that
have you
if
gone into
rich,
deep thinking?
no, because if
Hello,
rich people
hello,
don't
went
need
deep.
you,
Oh.
if rich
She
people
went
don't
And
need
deep.
it's
you to
true now.
become richer,
Something the
if they
warriors they
don't
come
need
here, they
you,
talk
so
about
why
that
would they need your
Makwasa that
money? They
doesn't
will not need.
even
They
we
will
don't
not
know where
give
it
you
came
money.
from.
You will not give them money. It's a very. I think we probably need to game it out to see how the world is going to look when rich people don't need poor people to make money anymore. Because the only reason why they need you is because you are working for them. Well, if they don't need to work for them, then they can generate their wealth by themselves, or whatever you call it, whether it's wealth or
No,
whatever
rich
they are.
people will always need. No,
Forefathers,
rich people will always need.
right from the inception of man, men have always owned something. There's not going to be a time that man won't need money or own something.
Yeah.
When it comes to someone like Elon Musk, it's just this guy is struggling night and
But
day to
what does he
become
need from
the.
people if he has everything?
It's providing
So,
services
I mean,
now.
Elon
People
Musk
see
cannot
But
have
why does he
everything.
have to
opportunities.
provide services? Don't you ask yourself that?
Is it what now?
Why does he have to provide services? If AI
So
and
the
robots can
rich
do
will
this for
always
him,
need the
why
poor
does he
to
need
make
your
money.
services?
You see,
You see, okay, I'm
there's
asking you
always
now.
This is the way.
Hold on.
It works.
Let me ask AY, please. Let me ask AY so we can get somewhere with this.
Okay.
If I was Elon Musk, I have those robots that he's talking about that are highly, highly capable, wiser, more precise, and everything. And he can, and then they make machines that can remake themselves and make themselves even better. Why does he need any worker?
No, you're getting it wrong. So poor people make money from rich people make money from poor people in two ways. One,
yeah, but that is because you are helping them buy more things. But why now you don't have anything to offer them?
But so they employ you to work for them. They also provide services for you, which you must buy. So Elon Musk, where he's going, I will tell you what he's doing right now. So with SpaceX, his intention is to take over the mobile network in most countries, take over the internet network in most countries. In such a way that, let's say in America, he's going to provide you the mobile network. Obviously, the current mobile company are going to be obsolete. So except it will give them an offer and take them over. So this is the stage is going. So if that happens, right now with the internet, Starlink, even in Africa, everywhere, people are subscribing to Starlink. So that's where he's going with the mobile. So when you hear them talking, he know what he's talking about. That is where you see.
Well, you are not thinking. See. Try to imagine in the medium-term future when it has become saturated, where the capacity of these robots can surpass anything human beings can offer. Let's say he needed 1,000 human beings today. Tomorrow he needs about 2. That's technically no human being requirement. So what does that mean?
We will not need to. We will still need more people. Actually,
artificial intelligence is still going to be AI.
So okay.
That's a fact.
This is the mistake. So even though a lot of jobs are going to be going out of fashion, they will create new jobs. Like for example, in the area of artificial intelligence, you are going to have like robot technician. You are going to have AI engineers. This stuff is still going to come up. So you still need people to mount and monitor.
Self-repairing robots.
Huh?
What if you have self-repairing robots?
But you still need human being. Even if you need to deploy code, for example, you still need human being to monitor most of those stuff. It's just that, for example,
while you are a man in tech, you know that sooner or later.
I want to explain to you. You need to listen sometimes to get the message. The issue is where you are going to employ, for example, 100 people. Probably now you need 5 people. You need 10 people. It's not that jobs are going to be completely out of. You will still need people to get the job done. This is what I'm just explaining.
Then where does the remaining this in 95 go?
You have to create job. Maybe you go to Africa to farm, buy a big farmland now. Just keep it there in case you can go there. So except people that are lost in UK that
my thinking is that
you can stay there and be sweeping the roads.
By and large, they will not need us anymore. Elites will not need human beings anymore. By and large, maybe they will find a tiny number, but then they can assign. They can assign maybe which is crazy. I don't think they will do it, but they could say, you know what, we have all this for ourselves. You guys have this set of robots to do your own thing for you. I don't even know how the whole. Do you think that's how it's going to be when they have everything they want? They will still give us some things and say, you guys can have these for yourselves.
But forefathers, don't forget about the population in decline in some areas and all that. So people are not foolish. They prepare for stuff and they change the denominator every time. There is always something.
They will live longer. That's what's going to change the denominator.
So,
they will live a lot longer.
How?
Because if they are living longer, the population is not going to decline fast enough.
It won't decline fast enough. But when someone reaches 100 and 150, what do you want to do? You know
anybody that is 70 today and lives up to 120, that person will live up to 200. And if that person lives up to 200, the person could, God knows how far they will live.
What are you going to do to the body that will make you live that long? How can you give that sort
technology? That is the problem.
With
if
what?
Technology keeps advancing further and further, the more they can preserve life. If it keeps advancing,
not in this
not
generation.
yet. We are not there yet.
Mm.
I think the first person to live 150 years is already born. Maybe even longer than that. The first person that will live 150 years is already in this world. If the world doesn't kill itself,
people have lived 150 years. What are you talking about, forefather? What do you mean the first person?
oh, you see that he started now. Eh? Who has lived for
150 years
eh?
now?
Who?
Oh, wow. So
Methuselah.
No.
Now you mentioned the oldest of them.
Yeah, but forefathers, why are these people acquiring big tracts of land everywhere? Why, forefathers?
I'm not the kind of people you can bully. If you let me buy ticket and come to UK, I'm going to flog you on the street of London.
Why is not in the good today, Jago?
What's he talking about? Why are you even talking?
I'm not like forefather, you bully. I'm not like forefather. I'm a gentleman.
You didn't hear what I even said. You didn't hear what I said.
Badly. I'm telling you.
You're an idiot. You didn't hear what I said.
Are you in love with one another, two of you?
I'm warning you. You need to be careful.
You're just a stupid person. I said, when forefathers
you on the streets of London, then
you flog who?
I don't like
you know what? Now my picking will arrest you. Foolish man.
Okay, I insist now. I insist that you guys need to sort
you guys are giving me headache.
Forefather mentioned Methuselah.
Hold on, you guys were friends before. You guys need to sort this out. Enough of this. You need to sort it out. You are friends, and let's get on with it. Jang, you came out today, starting with it, but there's no need for that. And AY, today you are quite raw. Normally, you can take these things and just laugh at people. You know, there's no need for it. You guys were friends. There's no need for all this. Okay, let's move on.
Forefather, can you give me 2 minutes? Can you just give me 2 minutes? You know, just no. I began speaking first. Just have some decorum. Forefather. This is why. Wait, just wait a minute, please wait.
Hold on now. Let me manage this. AY is not going to speak for long. AY is not going to speak for long. So
no. Let me be free to talk. Forefather, you just taking me off the line.
So you can be free to talk. Don't you want to be free to talk?
So let me say this sincerely.
I began speaking first.
Okay, speak first. Go ahead. Speak first.
I don't know why you can't just do this thing. It's easy. It's not as difficult as you have it, forefather. This is it. You said the word Methuselah after that person said, what are you talking about? 150 years. So when you said Methuselah, I said Naim, which is to say he is the oldest of the people who have been said to live. Then AY began with complete outdoor nonsense. It began swearing at me and all that rubbish that he does emotionally. And because you're not listening, you can't identify who stepped wrongly. So you kick both of us out.
I did, and I said to him that you didn't mean to be rude. That's why I said.
I wasn't even talking to him about being rude. I was directing it in the same way he was directing it, which is to say 150 years is not a long time. I was within the conversation. The way the idiot took it now was
why are you calling him an idiot now?
Because he took it like an idiot. He didn't hear. He just took it the way he wanted to. Foolishness. I have every right.
Physically, and I will be the
AY, can you acknowledge that he didn't want to insult you?
Jago, if you know who gave birth to you, if you know your father, you will not call someone an idiot.
Do you see where he's gone? Do you see where he's gone?
Your father
you're not on the same level.
Now, wow.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the show has been exciting. It's exciting. It's 4 hours now. Oseweka came with fire today. Now he came.
Think about other people. I don't know why are Nigerian men like this. I want to go with you guys.
This woman wanted to make this about them.
They came with trouble today.
Don't do that. If you know me, you won't even say that. So I'm not like that. Don't cross your line, no. I take God beg. I have respect, but this man and woman, this thing.
Now you don't start saying why I'm like this.
Me and you.
Look at that. They want to start another round. How many
take God beg you.
Are we not going to stay together without fighting?
God beg you.
Jesus Christ. This is early morning. And we're already fighting.
Let me say something. You have to give me time.
No more insults.
I'm not going to insult anybody.
I don't. Why did you take me out?
No more insults.
All I want to know from you, forefather, is what is the reason you took me out just now?
Let me say something.
Why?
Calm everybody down.
So first of all, hold on, forefather. Oseweka did not do anything. Oseweka, it was just try to, you know, because we had argument last week about the former governor and this governor. He just want to, we just play around like that. You know, it's not doing anything wrong. We can disagree. We are fine. He knows I support the governor. I support him anyway, so it doesn't matter. You see, in the case of Jago, since last time, you know, that day we had a little argument. You know, I even apologize. Like, naturally, sincerely, I don't like having. It's not that I'm scared of anybody. I'm trained to be respectful of people, young or old. Jago, the way he behaved, he saw people, call people name.
Your training failed. Your training failed, bro.
Hold on. I don't think.
I don't even know why you're calling my name.
You hold on. You need to maintain decorum. Hold on. Listen. You see, he needs to learn to respect people. I don't like that. We had an argument. He said, I called him. I said, okay, please, I'm sorry. Jago is somebody I respect, but that respect is gone. Today, it's gone.
Let it stay gone. Let's continue, because this conversation means nothing.
Hold on.
No, this is terrible.
Before now, is somebody I respect. I usually tell him, even when you are having issue with you, I say, Jago, why are you doing this? Come on. Like, it's somebody I hold to a very high esteem. But today, that is gone completely. It's fire for fire going forward. So, since then, he's always come online, he's after me, he's sorting me, doesn't allow me to talk. You should not behave that way. That's not okay.
You're crying about nothing.
Jago, you might be older than me, but you are really nobody to me.
You promise you're not going to insult me.
Don't go there. You are a little kid to me. Go.
You know, you see now we started now. Why come on?
I don't want to get peace. I can come.
Okay, Jago, make your own submission so that we can round.
You know what? To be honest,
don't make me put you backstage now. Come on.
You should do it. That's how you should be doing it. You should be understanding what people are saying and take them off in line with what they've said or not said. For me, I have nothing to complain about or say, because for me, I don't mean any issue with any idiot. However,
you just insulted me.
When I say any idiot, I mean it in those terms. Can you leave it?
Take it back. No, don't do that. Don't do that, AY. Take it back. This is Jago.
No, this is what I've said. When I say any idiot, I don't mean anybody in particular. I mean anybody. But it
was him.
Wait, Edo, please. I'm not insulting. What I'm trying to say.
Useless. Go cut your hair.
Let it be my turn. What I'm trying to say is that my heart and spirit is at rest. I'm easy. There's nothing confusing me. And with that, the conversation that we're having is being spoiled unlawfully. I've got nothing to defend or to protect in terms of AY as an individual. So, therefore, we're wasting our time. Everything that AY just said was pathetic. He knows himself he made an insult over the line, talking about me and my family. From there, I've ceased really recognizing him. From there, which is about a month ago. Today, I'm just being joyful, playful. However he takes it is up to him. But me, my position, I'm not tight. I'm not squeezed. I'm not feeling any affliction.
Yeah.
If AY is feeling that, that's nothing to do with me or the conversation we're having.
Angry today.
As I said, innocently, I said, when you said Methuselah, I said, there you are. Well, I mean, there you are. There's the oldest person who ever lived. So what you're saying about 150 years is not correct. Wait. And that's what I said. For some reason, my man went somewhere else. It's because he's been afflicted. There's nothing I said that should warrant what he's.
You got something in your hand, Jago.
There's nothing I said from what he retorted that suggests that he should be insultive. Me, I didn't insult him once. Full stop. Not once.
Thank you.
I'm happy people were watching.
Jago and AY. I think on this show, I'm like the youngest person here. So both of you. I don't know how old AY is, but it looks like
I'm 28.
Yeah, it
I'm
looks like
I'm
looks like
75 years,
Methuselah.
my friend.
What do you mean?
It looks like
I'm
Methuselah.
just
Jago,
28 years.
much respect,
Your
bro.
your your mind stopped at 28, but you went to 55.
So I beg, I
Oh
irrespective
my God.
of the issues, please
You had to
just
bring this
listen.
on into that one.
AY and Jago, man. Too much love, bro, and too much
No.
Yeah,
respect.
don't
The
mind
day
it.
I
Okay,
have
they will
No,
start
Forefather,
yelling.
I can have argument with people and move on. But
Jago, we spent
but
4
people keep
hours here.
disrespecting, you don't
We
do
spent
that to me.
AY. We
Yeah.
spent 4 hours here, 30 minutes, and we don't want us to end this live having some kind of
Yeah,
unnecessary
I'm
stuff in
no,
mind.
I'm good because
Yeah, if you're good,
the only thing I'm
if
gonna
you're
say
good, let
going
it go.
forward, if
I
Jagu
think
misbehave, it's gonna get it
yeah,
high.
your feelings are very valid. AY, your feelings are
Yeah.
valid. Jagun's feelings are valid, of course, because going for stuff like that. But then again, we cannot end this live having you guys still have this stuff in mind. Whether you're good or not, let us try to make some peace before we leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
AY, again, please.
AY anger takes a while to
There
simmer
is
down
more
because
stuff
hardly
next
get
week,
AY hardly gets
Look at
upset.
my eyes.
For how many
Don't give
years
me
AY has been
match
here, he
leg.
hardly
I
gets
will
upset.
mess you up.
So
No,
leave
AY,
it,
you are still
leave
messing
it.
people up. AY, you are
No, I'm
still
serious.
Unbalanced youth.
Let me
The poor
calm down
unbalanced youth. It's not
That
easy.
was how he bullied Tone. Where Tone left this team. He bullied Tone because Tone had little agree. I was even begging you on the backstage.
Continue
And you are an
begging.
elderly man. You can't coordinate yourself.
My coordinations are too straight. They're too straight for you.
Father, you bully everybody.
Of course.
How do you do that?
You said I'm a good.
Plenty of people. And you can't even manage anything. You say, oh, I'm always stopping. Give it to me.
Do you see where we are? Forefathers, do you see where we are?
Yeah.
Maybe like a looter.
Can we leave it now?
These are white people, though.
These people are unrepentant bandits. Jago and they are bandits.
Oseweka, this is your Kimbo. Okay, play your pride beating after this one.
God, how do you know this is not my tribe?
It's possible. It's possible your mom is from
Yes,
here.
now.
I'm suspecting.
All is possible.
Why are you playing this thing, my brother? This is interesting. You know what I like? I want your Vanille. You know what I like is the drum pattern. The drum beat is rough.
You like the beat, eh? Good.
Yeah, man.
eluigwe sokwala no, Elijah sokwabịa, Gideon sokwabịa, nna m ukwu Abraham, Aịzaya onye amụma, Pita okwute nke nzukọ bụ ha niile zukwa. Atụ Alfa, enwere onye ma agba egwu ebe a? Ije, o nwere onye ma eje egwu? Kọma, anyị abụọ n'ọgbọ, ka anyị bata n'obi, anyị erue n'obi, kelebe bụ ma nkelebe, kelebe bụ ma nkelebe, kelebe bụ ma nkelebe, kelebe bụ ma nkelebe, kelebe bụ
Let me acknowledge the people that donated, so just in case, because I think I forgot to do that. Okay. Zoba Herds. Thank you for the £2 donation. Even if it's $1.99, that 1 pence shall be ignored and overwritten. Blue. Thank you for joining us, Blue. Let me acknowledge the people that are in the chat. Aladdin Kelly and David Lead. I see you there. Wardrobe. Thank you for staying with us. I'm sure if you're in Europe, it's quite early in the morning, and if you're in other parts of the world, probably it's all right. If you're in the US, that should be fine. Wardrobe. Okay. Daba XX. Daba XS. I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Daba XS. Oh, that's the troublemaker that wasn't here, isn't it? I think it was the troublemaker, actually. All right, let's see. Daba XX, I see you there. Vabumet Obis. Thank you for joining us, Vabumet Obis. I see you there. Let's see if there are others. Tracy Jacobin, I know I saw her there earlier on. And I think I've said Aladdin Kelly. I hope I don't miss a lot of people out here. Dixon EK official. Let's see who else is there. Emmanuel Johnson 8983. Emmanuel Johnson 8983. I see you there. And who else is there? Fidel Iso Yema. Fidel Iso Yema. Thank you for joining us, Fidel Iso Yema. I see you there. Who else is there? I think I will stop soon. Efosa Kembo. I see you there. If I miss your name, apologies. I can. In short, this chat actually sometimes it cannot go. You cannot go back up again. Show. Thank you for joining us. Show is technically a special guest today. Thank you for joining us today. A for real, thank you for joining us too. Jagon, thank you for joining us. You guys are some of our best. So let's try to keep it, even temper. Just even temperament, as they say. Pansat, thank you for joining us too. Pansat, I see you there. DKO, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. And everyone else that I didn't mention, my apologies. I will play us out now, and I hope you all have a good weekend. And tomorrow, KJ will be here, and Dr. Damages will be here to introduce today, actually, to the next show, and they will be talking to a guest. And I hope you all join us. And remember to like, share, and subscribe. We need the subscribers. It doesn't matter. Every little one helps. You might not think it is you. You might be the one that gets us over a certain number. Please subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. Just go there. You see the subscribe button. You click. It says it changes to subscribed. If you see that it shows as subscribed, you've already subscribed. There's no need to do it again. Otherwise, you become unsubscribed. So we don't want that. We want you to be part of the family, so you remain subscribed. All right. Thank you. And let me play us out now. Bye. Hi. Guy, you are full of vanity. I can't believe you. You made an effort to come to your computer or your phone just to send the message so that you'll be acknowledged. Okay, I will acknowledge you, Guy Owelele. Thank you for joining us at the very last second. All right? Thank you. Bye.
Ebari amu begwe ni won gwegun na mo ma sibili ebiziali o ebiziali mamula na mo bari amu raga ni won gwegun na mo ma sibili ebili o ebiziali bibiri bibu enozo yego keliza bebe tibo bodo yibo atazia Namu nanamu yakelize bwa mili malogwe na wogwa nzekwenye uko kedizi ko sina yakelize bwa na mili malogwe na wogwa nzekwenye uko neberebe mzo Ebari amu begwe ni won gwegun na mo ma sibili ebiziali o ebiziali mamula na mo bari amu raga ni won gwegun na mo ma sibili ebili o ebiziali bibiri bibu enozo yego keliza bebe tibo bodo yibo atazia